Check, 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 check. Alright, we're good. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna get his phone on the charger and we'll get started. But what I want to say is God bless you all. Happy New Year's. We're gonna get into it in just 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Chat him up, boy.
Yeah.
Chat him up.
All right, we have a big stream today. Got a big list of things to talk about. But mainly, we're here celebrating the New Year, starting 2026 off right. But you know, with 2026, a lot of issues are boiling up. So we're going to talk about those. You see them in the title of the stream. Yeah, we have lots of things to talk about. And we're going to get started as soon as he comes back with my charger because my phone's at 20%. I got a lot of quotes and stuff I want to pull up on that phone, pictures, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, we got a wide range of topics today. I'm sure you can see it in the title and also in the description if you want to check that. Also talks about it. But we got, you know, immigration, all kinds of things to talk about. Thank you.
Yeah, what's up?
If you'll excuse me, I'm going to plug this in. Hey dude,
What's up?
your computer charged my phone really quick. How the heck did that happen?
Because of Mac, man.
It went from 20 to 40 in like a few seconds.
Macs are really high powered, so
Not sponsored.
that's yeah,
But,
not
but that was insane.
not sponsored, yes. But yeah, Macs are pretty cool, I will say.
That was insane.
And before we really get started on the stream, I want you guys to know that I'm not necessarily Team Mac, but I will say Mac has a lot of benefits, and I disagree with the hate on either side. If you're completely Team Mac or Team Windows or Team Android, whatever, iPhone, whatever, I think they all have their benefits.
I have Linux on my home computer, so I'm a little bit of a nerd, but
Yeah.
I just like the freedom it gives you, you know.
Yeah. Well, hey, brother. Second stream back. I want to say God bless you all and Happy New Year's for real. 2026. We made it. We made it. So, yeah, man, just God bless you all. We're here. We're here for the new year. Let's try to do the best we can in everything. Let's try to do the best we can.
I'm glad to be back on the Brothers Carey. That's a name suggested by our priest.
Yeah.
But I'm glad to be back for the second stream together, third stream in total. We have a lot of interesting topics to talk about today, and I chose most of them this time.
Raise it up.
Oh.
Power to the people.
Like Colin Kaepernick.
See, just because one person does this, it doesn't erase the meaning of the fist in the air, which is power to the people.
Or like Rage Against the Machine, you know.
Rage Against the Machine. Can we agree on Rage Against the Machine?
I don't like the band.
The band is sold out, yes,
Yeah.
but the message of raging against the machine
Sure,
of the
yeah.
world, yeah. Power of the people. Anyways, guys, we have quite the stream planned for y'all. I have a full notebook here, ready to go. Guys, I'm really excited to be here. I just got back from a little vacation in Austin. Went to see Kill Tony comedy show. Great time, and yeah, we're just here to stream. We're here to have a good time, and we're here to answer anybody's questions. And yeah, so just let me know. We're in the chat. We have it open, ready to go. So just just let me know if you guys have any questions, and we'll get on that. So to start out, also on the last stream, it was mostly my questions and mostly what I had to say. But when we planned this one, Christian actually had a lot of good ideas, and I'm basically letting him take the lead on this one in terms of the topics. So these are Christian's topics, and we're going to discuss them. There's a couple things that I still want to talk about, but for the most part, it's basically flipped. So I just want you guys to know that.
I think you'll find that this stream's a lot better than the last one. I'm joking.
Yeah, bro. All right. Brotherly love, right? So, to start out, I think also to bring up Kill Tony, Somalians in Minnesota. Now, before we say anything about that, there were a couple comedians at Kill Tony, which is a comedy show, that brought up Somalians in Minnesota and didn't get the best reaction. And I honestly, I appreciated it because it's important to talk about world events, especially in comedy. I think it's important to, comedy's a good, seek truth through funny, you know what I mean? So, what's funny is often true. Not always, but you can talk about world events and bring light to world events through comedy. And I feel like that's what those comedians are trying to do. And obviously, we're not comedians, but the whole point is that's a world event, and so that's something we're going to talk about. So, your first topic is Somalians in Minnesota. What do you think about that? What are Somalians in Minnesota? What does that mean?
Basically, this is something that's been going on recently, and it's recently come to light, actually. In Minnesota especially, and also really especially in Minneapolis, which I believe is their capital city, if not, it's their largest city.
Yeah.
There is a large enclave of Somalian immigrants that reside there. And Somalians are, just to be honest, they come from just about the worst part of Africa. I mean, really, it's a terrible part of the world. If you've seen Black Hawk Down, that takes place in Mogadishu, which is their capital city. And
I am the captain now.
Those are also Somalians, the pirates.
I am the captain now. So if you know that movie, that's what he's talking about.
Captain Phillips, yeah. So, these people are immigrating here. And it'd be one thing if they just come from a bad place, they come here and they live like normal. But they come here, and specifically what has been uncovered is there's been a giant fraud, a giant scandal, specifically with like daycares and children's centers, where you have all these daycares, and they're not really taking care of children. They're just vacant lots, vacant buildings. And even we've seen these Somalians, they own like $1 million homes. I mean, big homes. Yeah. And they list them as daycares, but really they just live in them. Like, there's no children in there except their kids, you know. And so there's a big fraud going on. And there's a channel on YouTube named Nick Shirley, who's an investigative journalist, freelance journalist. And he's uncovered a lot of it. He's really the one that pulled the lid on it. He's a pretty good YouTube channel. I watch his stuff sometimes. So, but a lot of fraud going on, and a lot of it is actually getting money from the government, which is insane. Because government just gives money to these types of businesses, whether or not they know they're fraud or not, you know. Yeah. And of course, the mayor of Minneapolis, his name is Jacob Frey, I believe, or Frey, something like that. Yeah. He loves Somalia. I mean, he appeals to their vote to stay in office. He goes to Somalia to recruit more Somalians to come over.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. From what I've heard, I haven't heard about the mayor at all of Minneapolis. But what I have heard is the governor is Tim Walz, correct? Right. Tim Walz also is basically the same way the mayor is what you're saying, right? So what I saw is Tim Walz, who was the vice president nominee for Kamala Harris in the 2024 election, and his whole plan, or his whole thing is, there was a video of him in the governor's office, and he took down the Minnesotan flag and replaced it with the Somalian flag.
Now, I believe what you're referring to, just to clarify just a little bit, that was not the Somalian flag. It was the new flag of Minnesota, but it does very much resemble the Somalian flag.
Well, from what I saw, it was the exact replica.
Well, I
it
could
was
be wrong.
The star, and no, I think he said it was the new flag of Minnesota. Yes, but
yeah, the new flag of Minnesota does resemble a Somalian flag. That is true.
But I gotta say, it's an exact copy.
It's pretty dang close.
Yeah. So that's a little weird.
And it's obviously to appeal to their new large voter base that just came in. You know?
What's weird is the Somalians in Minnesota. It's like there's obviously it is immigration. There's plenty of immigration. You know, we all agree that immigration is something America is very, I don't know if I would say built upon, but it's something that America, at least sitting at the fire listening to this right now, I needed this for real.
Thank you, Ethan.
Thank you, Ethan. God bless you. Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year's. But the whole Tim Waltz thing, and just first of all, the whole reason the daycares were even brought to the limelight was from independent journalists. And this random dude, you might have seen it on Instagram or YouTube or TikTok or whatever it may be. This random dude, and I'm pretty sure his dad went to one of these Somalian daycares in Minnesota and recorded them and knocked on the door and said, hey, we looked through the windows. We just want to know what's up. Where are the kids, right? Because in a daycare, you would expect there to be kids.
And they went there like in business hours. It was like middle of the day. It was on a weekday when parents are working. They should be there.
Yeah, and also, this is really no disrespect, but it adds to the point that learning. It's called the Learning Center or the Children Learning Center, right? And learning was spelt wrong. It was missing the N.
Leering Center.
Leering Center, right?
There's a lot of jokes about it online if you've been looking at that.
And so those jokes are jokes, and maybe jokes aren't the right way to go about things, but the jokes come from the truth, and the truth is that they did spell it wrong, and on top of that there was no kids. And these are independent journalists, right? So we have CNN, NBC, Fox News, CBS, all the major news organizations that had months to report on this.
And the government itself, of not only Minnesota, but our federal government.
Yeah, and no one knew about this until that random guy who, I don't know, did he even really have a social media following before
Nick
then?
Shirley, he did, yeah. He was pretty big.
Yeah, so he's an independent journalist, though, right? Not liked by the government.
Probably not. I mean, he even has a video where he goes up to, he's in DC, and he kind of like bombs, not like actual bomb, but he like bombs U.S. senators, and he's like, goes up to him and rushes them and is like, why aren't you working with so and so on this bill, or why aren't you collaborating? And so he's trying to uncover why the Senate and the House of Representatives are so divided. But just real quick, I mean, you think the IRS, for example, you think the IRS can tell like when some single father forgets something on his tax form, but they don't see all this fraud going on in Minnesota? I mean, it's a little hard to believe.
I'm actually really glad you brought that up, because I've honestly thought the same thing. Where you see this massive corruption in different parts. It could even not even be the... Y'all need a fart sound button. Thank you, Sean. And honestly, one day I might get a soundboard. We'll see. But you see like corruption, whether it be, obviously the Ukrainian thing, or the Israel thing, or Somalians, or really any major corruption inside the states, it never gets brought up until an independent journalist goes viral on social media about it, right? And then it's like, oh yeah, we hate this, but like they never brought it up until they had to, you know what I mean? The thing about the Somalian thing is, one, we might go into reaction for this, and look at some clips, but you have the clip of, what's his name, Nick Shirley? Nick Shirley. He's an independent journalist. It was his dad, right, that was with him? An older guy.
I don't know if it was, but it was an older man. And he was also an investigative journalist. He was investigating all the fraud.
Yeah.
And Nick Shirley kind of tagged along with him.
Okay, so yeah, they went up to a random Somalian daycare center.
An older guy. I don't know if it was, but it was an older man. And he was also investigating.
Sorry about that, guys. Technical difficulties. But regardless, these two people went up to just a random Somalian daycare in Minnesota. Yeah, well, I'm getting there.
I'm sorry.
A random Somalian daycare in Minnesota, and was like, knocked on the door. They opened it, and they were like, hey, what's going on here? Where are the kids? Like, this is a little weird. And then they asked, word for word, they ignore that for now. They asked word for word, hey, like, where are the kids? What's going on? And the Somalians said, word for word, where are you? Who do you work for? They said, who do you work for? And they said, we're independent. And the Somalis, the people who run the daycare, closed the door on them, right? Like, literally, they're talking, and...
It's almost like they were expecting, like, the IRS or somebody to show up.
Yeah. It's a little weird. And personally, I think that from my personal views, I think that everyone has the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? No matter where you're from, who you are, you have the right to to be a part of America and our ideals, right? But fraud is not okay, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
So you can be Somali and run a legitimate daycare, and I think that would be okay.
And what's crazy is this money that's going to them. You would never in 1,000 years guess this, but it was actually Republicans that gave it to them in the big beautiful bill that we heard so much about.
Yeah.
And now Donald Trump, who promoted that bill, now he's saying this fraud's unacceptable. It was like, well, you pushed it. In that big beautiful bill, there's lots of good things, but one of those things that was kind of snuck in there, which is just the reality of these big bills, is money that went to the Somalians in Minnesota. This fraud's unacceptable. It was like, well,
Can you actually explain the big beautiful bill?
So the big beautiful bill is something we call it's called a septum piercing. No, thank you.
Not for me, brother. You know that. You know that. Not for me.
I'm against piercings, but not morally. I just don't want one. But the big beautiful bill is what we call an omnibus bill. An omnibus is Latin for, I think it means like all in one or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And basically the idea is you have a big bill that includes all these little issues. Like, for example, with the big beautiful bill, you had more money that went to ICE. And then you had like using more federal land for housing.
Mm-hmm.
You had like there was supposed to be it was supposed to get rid of some of the regulations for suppressors, but that was actually taken out at the last second for some reason. But all these different things in there, and it's all combined in one bill. And the reason why these things are one so effective but also so damaging is that people will vote against these bills, and you can always you kind of use it as a not blackmail, but like an accusation. Like, for example, let's say the bill had more money for veterans or something in there, and I vote against it as a congressman, and then somebody will come to me, or like all the constituents or the press or whoever will come and be like, why did you vote against veterans getting more money? And it's like, I didn't vote against that. I voted against the other stuff that was snuck in there, like more money to Somalians or taking away firearm protections and stuff like that. Well, so they sneak in bad things with the good, and it's a real issue.
Yeah. One thing I did see, 2023, a tweet from Tim Waltz. So on Twitter, I'm pretty sure 2023 was before X, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Regardless, doesn't matter. Tim Waltz tweeted, Somalians are raising daycares in Minnesota, and it's time we give them a raise. 100%, word for word, it's time we give them a raise. In 2023, before all this corruption was broadcasted, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that kind of right there, maybe that's just conspiracy or whatever, but that kind of shows that he was promoting this, right? And maybe he didn't know. Maybe he didn't know that these people are genuinely not actually raising children. But it makes me think that there's some sort of deeper level of corruption where he did know, and it's creating government fraud. I mean, straight up. How many? $8 million? $8 million, right? Let's look it up real quick.
I believe it was billions, honestly.
So how do I look it up? $8 million for Somalian daycares?
Look up.
How much money went to Somalian daycares?
I thought you meant how much in fraud. In fraud, I think it was billions, but the actual amount they got, I think like $7 million.
Okay, how much money went to Somalian daycares in Minnesota? Involves, okay, so this is, hold on, let's pull up the, this is going to take me a second, guys, from our last stream. I didn't get it, I didn't reset it up, but it'll take us just a second to get it right. Okay, macOS screen capture, shit. Guys, give me just a second, drop something in the chat, let me know you're here. Shit.
He's trying to sabotage the stream because I said it would be better with my questions.
Maybe. Let's see. Screen capture. Window. No. Application.
Damn it. Display. Window. Well, guys, I don't want to bore y'all. I should have set this up before. It's my bad. We're reading this right off of Google. CBS News. Guys, I gotta get this set up. This is important. Give me 1 second.
Nice one.
Chris says, that Industrial Revolution. Nice one. Yeah, appreciate you guys. Big fans. Screen capture.
It's crazy how these fans share the same last name as us.
That's weird.
What's the odds of that? Huh?
That is weird. Let's see. Remove. Give me just a second, guys. Screen capture.
And you know, one thing I wanted to say about that Jacob Fry guy, the mayor of Minneapolis, before we moved on from it. You know, just to illustrate what kind of guy this is that we're talking about. Whenever that school shooting happened in Minneapolis with that trans man, I think his name was Robert Westman. This is pretty recent. I think March 2025 is when this happened. After that shooting, you know, obviously it was at a Christian school, and everybody was praying for the kids that, you know, died, and even praying for the shooter that killed himself, you know, right after the shooting. The mayor of that town, Jacob Fry, he said, "Don't pray for them, because it was a Christian school. What good did praying do for them?" Or something along those lines.
Really?
I mean, this is truly an evil person we're talking about. And he of course,
who said that?
That was the mayor of Minneapolis.
And what was his name again?
I think it's Jacob Frey or Jacob Fry, something like that.
Huh. Okay, well, good enough. Here we are. Yeah. So, we looked up how much money went to Somalian daycares in Minnesota. Let's 1 second. Money for Somali-owned daycares in Minnesota. Money for Somali-owned daycares in Minnesota involves massive alleged fraud. Now, to be fair, this is the AI overview, right, guys? But there we go. There's our face cam. Sorry, guys. This shit is rocket science. I'm not gonna lie. Money for Somali-owned daycares in Minnesota involves massive alleged fraud, with investigations revealing roughly $1 billion in misused funds, mostly COVID-related, like Feeding Our Future, leading to hundreds of charges, many against Somali Americans, and federal pressure to recoup funds. Though legitimate providers also exist, highlighting community impact and funding gaps. Specific figures for all money funneled to Somali daycares are complex due to the scale of fraud, but estimates place total misused funds in the hundreds of millions to over $1 billion. So when they say total misused funds...
If you don't mind, can I look something up?
Yeah, no, go ahead. Wait, what are you going to look up?
I'm going to look up how much the Big Beautiful Bill specifically gave to them.
We'll get to that in just a second.
Oh, okay.
When they say... estimates place total misused funds in the hundreds of millions to over $1 billion, right? So this is their estimates for exact amount of how much money went missing, because Feeding Future Americans was a project that for daycares and stuff like that, the government gives money to these daycares so they can, 1, feed the children, 2, educate the children, and all these different things, right? These daycares sprouted up and got this money from that project when they don't have any children. So it's total fraud. And so in Minnesota, hundreds of millions to $1 billion, so anywhere between $100 million to $1 billion has gone missing in Minnesota, right? Obviously, there's other issues that have
had more money missing, but I think this is a pretty big deal. The fact of upwards of $1 billion goes missing when it's supposed to be helping our children, right? This is known fact. This is even the AI response, which is the AI response on Google is meant to give a
Summarization.
centralized response, meaning here's one side, here's the other side.
It summarizes all the results.
Summarizes all the results. And all the results summarized says roughly $1 billion in misused funds.
And if that's what they're telling us, it's probably way more.
Yeah. Regardless, unfortunately, we can't argue on what might be and what is.
You're right.
Even though $1 billion is more money than any of us will ever have. That's money that can do some serious good. And it's being funneled to, one, people that aren't from here, and two, that wouldn't be a problem, except for the fact is they're not doing what they said they were gonna do, which is do daycares. Matter of fact, since we got the reaction up, let's see if we can't pull up that video of Nick, what? Shirley, YouTube. There we go, yeah, we're good. Nick.
It's right there.
Shirley, Minnesota daycares. Yeah, there you go. Oh, 43 minutes. Damn. We don't got time for that.
Here, go ahead and just pull up a short, maybe.
Yeah, YouTube Shorts. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, if you scroll down, there should be one somewhere.
Let's see. You'll be the next Charlie. No, I don't need to hear that. We went to some of the daycares Nick Shirley did. Okay, so this is someone who isn't Nick Shirley, but went to the same daycares. Here's what we found. We won't be able to watch videos the right way. Let's mute the... Guys, we're going to mute the audio real quick. Watch this video. Okay, guys, so I'm not sure if you heard that, to be honest. Like I said, this is very, you think it would be a lot simpler than it is.
But basically what the video was saying was, out of the 10 locations Nick Shirley visited, these other people went there, and they said that four of them had children inside whenever they saw it. 6 of them still didn't. And also, some of them had prior fraud charges. And... but that maybe Nick Shirley was wrong about some of them, because some of them you just couldn't see children from the front. And if you went inside, you could. But overall, there is something going on. And also, I've seen where on Google, if you I've seen people do this on online, where on Google, if you look up like these certain daycares and you go visit them in real life, or you look at the street view, it's just a house. It's a house. There's no daycare there. They just list it as a daycare because it's an easy way to get money, I guess.
Damn.
Or it's a laundering, or
do you
something.
really think it's that deep that you can literally just say your house is a daycare and get money?
I think that at least in that state, the government is just so like they don't even look into it. That they're just taking advantage. I hope it's not like that anywhere else. I think it's just in Minneapolis specifically.
Well, yeah, it seems like it's centralized in Minneapolis, but like what I'm saying is like at the very least, like at least the daycares that were exposed or whatever pretend to be daycares. You know, what I mean, they have a sign, they seem like a business, you know. And you're saying, or even that video was saying that they are just listing their houses as daycares.
Well, I guess they're trying to be like a home daycare, but they're not. So that's all there is to it.
Regardless, there's no kids, right?
Yeah.
So that's kind of like the whole point. How can you be a daycare with no kids, right? So you're getting millions
on a weekday during business hours.
Per business, probably maybe even only 100,000. You know what I mean? But still, you're getting 100. Let's say even if it's only 100,000, you're getting 100,000 free dollars for a daycare that you're supposed to use for the daycare that isn't real. That's fraud. That's the definition of fraud.
And you know they're able to afford these. They're able to afford these giant homes that regular Americans probably won't be able to afford ever.
Yeah.
And I mean, and they're not like old. This isn't like generational wealth. They're new arrivals and they're pretty young. It's just government money. Why would government money go to new arrivals versus the people that have been here for centuries? Doesn't make any sense.
So what do we do to fix this problem? Do we just deport all Somalians, or do we just actually First of all, Tim Walz is a Democrat. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, this isn't even a party issue because
it's not a party
Tim
issue.
Walz is supporting it, was a Democrat. Jacob Frey is supporting it, was a Democrat. But also the big beautiful bill, which is a Republican bill passed by Republicans.
Trump, yeah.
Also, supported this. So there's issues on all sides.
So it's not a party issue. So what issue is it?
Well, first of all, of course, one way to fix it would be no government intervention at all in the economy, which, of course, I agree with. I do believe in a free market, and I do believe that the government should just stay out of it completely.
Yeah.
At least in 99% of situations. And because whenever these people get benefits that we don't, it's no longer free. They're getting lifted up, and that goes for any business owner, anybody, or anybody who works, anybody.
Yeah.
Other people are getting unfair advantages, so it's not free. It's pretty unfair.
Yeah. But what's stopping me from opening up a daycare? And even if it's legit, am I gonna get free money for that? Am I gonna get money to sponsor my daycare to help raise the children, real or not?
You might, right? Especially if you move to Minnesota, you might.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Think of it this way: you're spending money on, things like, stuff for the kids, food.
Even just the building.
The building, dish soap.
Yeah.
You're spending money on all kinds of things. They're not spending money on anything. They're just getting government money, and they have a vacant building.
But I guess my question is, how are they so easily... how is the fraud happening so easily?
Because I think the government just isn't paying attention.
Back in my day, you had to try a little bit to commit some fraud. You had
to hide money in the mattress, yeah.
You had to at least look like you were official. You know what I mean? It really seems like it's not like that anymore.
You'd have a group of guys who are like, hey, I'm into construction,
It's something, right?
Nowadays, you just have a house that's labeled as a daycare on Google.
Is that really all it takes?
If you're a Somalian immigrant, I guess. I don't think that would work here in Texas, honestly.
Mm. So, but if it's the big beautiful bill and it's from Trump, then why is it different in Minnesota than it is in Texas?
Well, I think specifically the Minnesotan government just doesn't care. They're just not looking into it.
Okay.
But you have any last words before we move on?
Well, I wanted to hear your answer to that. What makes it different to, if it's the big beautiful bill, which is what Trump proposed, and you say that does support the Somali fraud.
As far as I know, it does, yeah.
What makes it different to where a Somali couldn't come to Texas and do that? Is it because of state law?
I'm just saying I don't think you could. I actually don't know the answer to that. So, okay. But I do know a lot of things vary from state to state, and this is specifically, from what I understand, specifically a Minnesotan issue.
Hmm. Yeah, it's definitely centralized in Minnesota, and it kind of makes you wonder. it almost seems like it's kind of a conspiracy to make you think that state government is the problem and federal government is the solution. You know what I mean?
Very well might be it.
To get everyone to think that, yeah, we need the federal government to step in, and then that's what they want everybody to think. And obviously that's not the solution, because one party determining everything is not the solution. But you know, that's the conspiracy side of me. You know,
that's what every single story has been for the past 110 years. Really, it's just something to get you to go, man. I wish the government would do something about this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, and of course they use that power for bad things.
Well, guys, look into Somalians in Minnesota. Look into the daycares.
Watch that Nick Shirley video.
The Nick Shirley, yeah, for sure. We're gonna move on. Once again, this is his list, so a lot of this stuff, to be honest, guys, I don't even know about. And next on the list, I don't even know about. What is Dearborn, Michigan? Why is it so important?
And honestly, I don't even know that much about it, simply because it kind of got swept under the rug, I feel like.
Okay.
So Dearborn, Michigan is a town in Michigan, and it just got a big influx of like Arab or Muslim immigrants.
Yeah.
And they basically took over the town. And the mayor is Muslim. And now, I mean, it's basically just become one big compound full of Muslims. And there are white people living there. There are other races living there, of course. But really, the town is like geared towards Muslim. It's like a Muslim town now. Mm. And so, like, for example, there are loudspeakers on like these buildings.
Yeah.
And the loudspeakers play calls to prayer. And you can find a video of this or an audio.
Yeah, just keep going. It's still on the Facebook.
But yeah, so they play like there's loudspeakers that basically, like, the church bells, they ring every hour or whatever to tell you when to pray. Like it used to be a thing that happened in medieval England.
Yeah.
They have that, but for Arab prayer or Islam prayers.
Yeah.
And it's actually against city ordinance. And the city ordinance states that you can't like have loud sounds playing at certain times of the day, that kind of thing.
Okay.
And so what happened, like I think a month ago or maybe 2 months ago, this lady who was a Michigan resident for all her life, I'm guessing, just a very old, nice white lady, she complained at a town hall meeting to the mayor, who was Muslim, and said, these things break city ordinances. Can we just maybe have them quiet down, or whatever. Just, you can't be blaring sounds through the entire city at certain times of the day.
Yeah. And
the man told this poor lady that has lived there all her life, he told her, as an immigrant himself, you don't belong here. You're bigoted. You're racist. You don't belong here. Mm. And that's just insane. And what's been happening recently, I see you pulling up some videos about it, or I've seen some videos anyways. There's been protests against these Muslims. Yeah. And Nick Shirley has a video on that too, actually.
I think I saw that one.
Where Christians and Muslims are like fighting, not like physically, but like protesting and counter-protesting.
What I saw is, yes, there was tons of other people there too, but he was on the mosque's property. Mm-hmm. And someone came up to him and was like, hey, you can't be here because you're not Muslim. And they were like, it's private property. And he was like, okay. And then the cop came up to him, who actually happened to also be Muslim. And the cop was like, yeah, you can't be here. You need to go step outside of the line, right? Mm-hmm. To be fair to Nick, I don't think he was saying anything hateful. He actually wasn't even actively protesting against Muslims. He was explaining exactly what's happening, right? Mm-hmm. He was like giving what a CNN or Fox.
He's just a journalist, yeah.
A journalist would do, right? So to be fair to him, yeah, that is a little unfair. That's what I saw. Is that what you're talking about? That situation?
That is one video he made. He also made a video. I believe it's called like Christian and Muslim protesters clash in Dearborn or something like that, where it's specifically about the protests that happened there. Yeah. Also, another thing I know is that, and this is right about the time where it all got swept under the rug, where I haven't really heard anything else about it, is around about a month or two ago, I believe like a month ago, ICE rolled into Dearborn, Michigan, and I guess they were looking for illegal immigrants, but I don't know anything that's happened since then, because it feels like all the publicity has gone away from it.
Well, honestly, bro, I hate to do this to you, but we're going off script.
Okay.
I gotta say something about ICE, bro. So, ICE, it's the whole thing is like, they're promoting this, we're making the change, we're getting these illegals out of here. But if you actually look at it, the mass deportations have not been mass deportations.
Right, yeah.
Right?
And so, however you want to look at that, I think that once again, it's trying to bring the federal government in, and it's saying, "Oh, well, this didn't work, so we're going to bring in digital ID
Yeah.
and all that." And if you don't do that,
papers, please.
if you don't do that, then you're a terrorist, which would be the Patriot Act. But
Right.
instead, it's going to be focused on illegals mainly.
Yeah,
right?
if you don't do that, well, only guilty people have anything to fear.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Right. So
I mean, it's government surveillance. It's Big Brother, you know.
yeah. So the thing with ICE, and honestly, the entire Trump administration, which we're going to get into, but one thing I do want to say, the entire 2024 Trump administration has been a total failure, in my opinion. I correct me if I'm wrong. I can't name a single good thing the 2024 Trump administration has done. I could name some good ideas, but anything in practice, I can't name anything that's actually been done that's good.
I could name some good things, but I mean that's further down the list. I mean we can get into that.
Yeah, we'll get
when
into
that
it.
comes.
We'll get into it.
But I definitely have some gripes about ICE and about the administration as a whole. But we can get to that when it comes up.
Yeah.
But these things with the Somalians in Michigan and the Dearborn Arabs, these are all they're important issues. But really, they actually distract from the main crisis that is happening in America. The main crisis, especially with our immigration.
Starts with an I, ends with real.
Not Israel, because Israelis aren't moving here. But in regards to immigration, our greatest crisis is the Mexican immigration.
You really think so?
I do believe so. Recently, there was a poll that I saw where basically they asked people in each state, "What's your ancestry?" And only 2 states answered American.
Okay.
And the entire southern half of the United States, and I don't mean the southern region. I mean the entire southern half, from California to
Florida,
Virginia.
Okay.
Like that entire southern half, everybody said Mexican.
Yeah.
That was the highest one. And if you look at what's the second highest language spoken in each state, and every state I believe except for Louisiana, because it's French and some places like that, and every single state except for a few oddballs, the second highest language spoken is Spanish.
Yeah, Spanish. I mean, for a long time though, Spanish is the second most spoken language in America for a long time.
Yeah, but it was second by here's Spanish, here's English. Now it's more like here's Spanish, here's English. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I get that.
So we're having a real issue, even though we're supposed to have a closed border. We're supposed to have all these deportations.
Yeah.
There's still a lot of Mexicans.
Yeah.
I mean, and really we should get into this whenever we talk about the Trump administration. But I'll just say this real quick. Biden let in, as far as we know, according to the most conservative estimates, like the less estimates, he let in at least 12, 16 million immigrants. It's probably honestly more like 50 million, but he let in 12, 16 million immigrants.
I heard numbers towards 20 or 30.
Yeah.
So
we've only deported so far 500,000, and that includes self-deportations, quote unquote.
Yeah. Yeah, the deportation numbers have been
abysmal.
Underwhelming, to say the least.
It's unacceptable. It's really bad.
And I will say this, this may be where you and me disagree. I think that when people say that America is white, I can agree that we were founded by white people,
right,
for white people, and Christian white, you know what I mean? But when Texas came into the mix, and also with the whole slavery thing, I think that as a whole, right now, and we really can't revert from this at this point, I think that you have white people, African or black people, and Mexican people, right? Or Hispanic, right? So you have those 3 groups that are central to America in terms of culturally, how long they've been here, and just in general. I don't think it's ever going to be just a white nation because of how many, also the melting pot. Just we are known as a country that is immigrants, I think that legal immigration is perfectly acceptable.
Well, first of all, let me just say those Dearborn Muslims and those Somalians in Minnesota, those are all legal. Every single one of them is legal. Not a single one of them is an illegal immigrant.
Yeah.
So there are dangers to legal immigration. Yeah. But when you said that, because of we got Texas and we got the California territory and all these different territories that used to be Mexico, and that's why we have so many Mexicans here. You'd be surprised. Before the Hart-Celler Act in 1964, I believe,
The Hart-Celler Act?
Yeah, this is passed by Lyndon B. Johnson.
Okay. Ooh, I'm not a big fan of...
I'm not either.
I'm not a big fan of President Johnson.
So the Hart-Celler Act is our current. It's actually, I believe, it's our current immigration act. Before that, we had the national quota system. Hart-Celler.
Yeah, I accidentally clicked the wrong button.
Okay.
Hold on. There we go.
So this was 1965.
1960. Yeah, that's Lyndon, right? That's Johnson. Yeah.
It's Lyndon B. Johnson, and so basically, it just removed all racial bias, I guess, from, or even nationality bias from the immigration system.
Yeah.
Where anybody from any part of the world could come here, and that sounds good on paper, but really what you get is you get people that just don't share our culture, don't share our language, and come from really bad places in the world that maybe, we don't want them here, at least not without some kind of like introduction or education. It's just taking all these people from like third world countries and say, well, welcome in, and hopefully you assimilate,
Yeah.
And so before that, actually, like in the 50s, California was 90% white, and the 10% was black people.
Yeah.
There was Hispanics, but it was a very small number compared to today. So all the Hispanics that are all those Hispanics that are here, it's not like they were here because we took over their territory. They immigrated here under Biden, Obama, Clinton, etc. They came here, and also legally through the Hart-Celler Act.
Yeah. So one thing I will say is I agree that a scapegoat is saying, well, as long as it's legal, it's fine, right? You do have to look at the laws, right? And I think that, guys, for almost every country, there is a quota for immigration. And some countries didn't allow immigration at all. Most countries throughout the entire history of the world didn't allow immigration at all. But like even going back to ancient Israel, they allowed immigration in terms of you could be a part of Israel.
You had to get circumcised though.
Well, yes, the circumcision, but also just following the laws, right? So if you want to be you can become it's not about living in Israel, it's about becoming a Jew in that sense. And I think it's the same way. It's not about living in America, it's about becoming an American. If you want to be an American citizen, you need to be an American.
Mm-hmm. Well, what is American?
What is American? That's a good question.
That's a great question. Nobody ever answers it.
I would actually really like to answer that question. I think that Americanism is not your skin color. I think that you can be any skin color and be American. I think it boils down to the fact of you have to look at, one, what the Founding Fathers preached, two, the general consensus of the country throughout our history. And that is, I think the general consensus is, one, obviously, we do have a basis on the Ten Commandments. Thou shalt not murder, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not covet. So, to a certain extent, we are a Christian nation like we explained earlier. Like we talked about earlier.
Off-screen.
Off-screen, yeah. Sorry, guys. But I think that it doesn't boil down to skin color. It boils down to character, right? Or culture, per se, right? Because you can be of a different culture. Character is defined upon culture. Our definition of good character is different than someone from the other side of the world's definition of good character. There are laws that are written on all of our hearts when we're born, like thou shalt not murder, the Ten Commandments, right? Everyone knows murder is wrong, lying is wrong, stealing is wrong. Some of us do it anyways, and, that is something we have to take up personally with our relationship. But cultural is really the definition of what it is to be an American. So the cultural definition of what it is to be American, well, what do you think that is? What is the cultural definition? What do you think? What do you think it means to be an American?
Okay,
because
so
I don't think it's skin color. Would you agree with that?
Well, here's the thing. And this is obviously an unpopular opinion. I don't think skin color should be what lets you in the country. I don't think all white people should be allowed in the country, and I don't think all non-white people should be excluded from the country.
Okay.
Now, when you say American, that's a hard one because nationality is racial, and we've gone over this. Nationality is racial by definition. But I think when you say American, what you mean is who should be allowed to be a citizen. Okay. That's usually what most people mean by American.
Did you take the phone charger?
Yeah, for Christian.
You can have it.
But you can have it back.
Use it? I'll bring it back
Yep.
in a sec.
No, you can take it for the rest of the night. My phone's charged.
Thank you.
So what was I saying? So
Nationality.
you want to show them this?
Yeah, I'm pulling it up.
Okay. So it says belonging to a particular nation. Now, do you mind? Can you look up what nation means?
Sure. Yeah. But real quick, so there's two definitions of
Just click on
nationality.
that right there.
Yeah, real quick though. There's two definitions of nationality. Number one definition is the status of belonging to a particular nation. They and the example is they changed their nationality and became Lebanese.
So that's our modern definition. I don't believe it's accurate.
Number two is the nationality means an ethnic group, which is a racial group, meaning skin color, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does ethnic and racial have to mean skin color?
So there's a little bit of a difference. So a race would be a grouping of ethnicities. So that would be like, for example, black is a race, but there's really different ethnicities like Bantu, which is like tribes, you know.
Well, hold on, but you could say, as an ethnicity, like American could be white, black, and Mexican, and that would be an ethnicity or a race.
No.
What are you saying?
It's none of those.
It's a grouping, right? So it can be multiple.
Okay, let me be more specific. A race is a grouping of ethnicities that share some kind of genetic similarity.
Okay.
So we say white because we mean, like, when European people, they all come from a similar ancestor, which is they come from very ancient Europeans, and they come from the Indo-Europeans, or people who were actually technically from Asia. And they mix. It's a very long history. But they all come from a similar ancestor. Same with Asians. Same with Middle Easterners. Same with Africans. Same with American Indians. Right. So these people all share a common ancestry, but they're not all the same ethnicity. Okay? So that's why you see, like, for example, with white people, you have one race, the white people. But obviously, you take somebody from Iceland, or you take somebody from Italy, they do not look similar.
Yeah, well, not only do they not look similar, totally different cultures.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of what I'm saying. And I was kind of explaining this earlier. I don't know if it was to you, but it was to someone, and it was in Africa, right? So you have Niger, Chad, South Africa, Ethiopia, all these different places in Africa that are different tribes, different people, right? And so those, say like someone from Niger and someone from Chad got together and had a baby, right? Technically, that person would be a mutt in the terms of they're not pure with their tribe, but they still are African, right?
So they belong to the African, like, race, like black race.
Yeah.
So
But South Africans, there's plenty of white people. White South Africans.
Yes, yeah, so when you say African in that sense, it means, like, born on the continent of Africa. So, like, Elon Musk is an African, but he's not, like, racially African, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But, so anyway, here, can we go back to the definition, if you don't mind?
Yeah, no
I
problem.
want to show the definition of nation. So can you click on nation down there?
Yeah, give me a second. I gotta switch over screens.
Oh, okay.
Nation.
So, a nation... A country... Oh, yeah. So a country considered as a body of people united by common descent. And it lists all these other ones. That's really a modern... something we added on. Historically, it was just a body of people united by common descent. Can you go back to the to Safari? I want to scroll down. Sorry, I want to scroll down to the origin.
You're good. You're good.
I want to show them the origin.
Yeah, I can do that on the screen
Oh,
now.
okay.
You just should have said go down. So origin right here. Latin.
So it comes from Latin and Old French. It's not, which is like a prefix in the Old French, natio, and basically it means like root. Okay, I don't know that's how you pronounce it. I'm probably butchering it. But it means like a root, right?
You get what I'm laughing at, right?
What?
You said Nazio. It's kind of like
No,
look at that. Look at that. NASCICI. It's like, how do you pronounce that? You know what I mean? Like,
I don't know, but basically it means like it originally means like a root, like literally a plant root, and then it meant like a root of a people. So people like bound by ethnicity.
Yeah.
And so if you look at, like, for example, I think Merriweather Dictionary, what do they call it? Merriam-Webster, sorry. If you go to, like, Merriam-Webster, it'll show the definition.
Yeah.
I could be wrong in this, but it'll show the definition, and it'll still synonyms. We look at the etymology, I mean. It'll say synonyms, and then the synonyms for the etymology would be, like, race, ethnicity, people, you know. So, so nation originally was racial.
Yeah.
In origin. So this is kind of long-winded. What I'm getting at is, when you say American and you mean like a nationality, you really can't have a nationality that's 2 or more races. But usually what we mean is citizenship. So I'm fine with like non-white people being citizens. That's, everybody's fine with that.
But if you're a citizen, you're an American.
Well, that's what we think modern in modern times. But like I'm saying, I think we should be accurate with our words. Nationality is racial, so it's just a difference in words, really.
So, to be of a certain nationality, or let's just say, no matter what the nationality is, no matter where it's from, it has to be one race. That's what you're saying? People of multiple races can't fit a nationality?
It's just what the word means.
Okay, but
it's like saying you can't have a white and a black person out of the same race, because it's 2 different races. It's just definition.
Well, I'll be honest that this isn't the best origin story
It's
right
not,
here.
yeah.
But the original Latin means nasi, and you said root, like plant root, right? From a tree.
It's like a root.
And then it became nat, which means born.
It's a prefix. Yeah, it means born.
Yeah. Natio. And then Middle English, somewhere between Latin, Old French, and Middle English, it became nation.
That would have been 1066 with the Battle of Hastings, when the French invaded England, and it's a long history. But basically, all of our French words come from that, and those were the higher class words. So the higher class words would have been nation. The lower class words would have been something like race, right? So that's actually where that kind of stuff comes from. So nation is really just like a high class word for race.
So whenever you bring this up, and like you just said, high class word for race. So nationality and race isn't different at all?
No, there is some differences. Like you can have 2 nations that are racially the same, but they're separate. I guess it's very like nuanced and like niche.
Yeah.
It's a niche topic.
That's why I think that I mean, I'm not educated like you are apparently, but I think that I think that to be an American nationality, you don't have to be a certain race. The American nationality transcends race.
Like I'm saying, if you want to say that non-white people can be good citizens, I would agree, and that's fine. I'm just saying we have to be specific with our words. But the founders, you brought up the founders earlier, that we need to follow the founders' ideals. The founders did not believe this. And that's just the truth of it.
Yeah.
In the first Congress, the first Congress after making the Constitution, the very first one, they're sitting down. It's like, what law should we pass? They come up with the Naturalization Act of 1790, which limited all immigration to free white people of good moral character.
Yeah.
And then it said that they'd be here for like I think 3 years, maybe it was 5, to make sure they're of good moral character and they fit and they are
probationary period.
Right. Just to make sure they fit in America. And then it wasn't until the 1800s, like mid 1800s, that we let in, of course, Asian people to build the railroad. And of course, before this, there was black people, but they weren't citizens.
Yeah, well, you got to think, were the founding fathers flawed? Because they did own slaves, right? If they truly wanted America to be white only, why would they have slaves there in the first place?
Well, the founding fathers...
Did they really think they could get away with them just being slaves forever?
The founding fathers weren't pro-slavery.
Some of them were, some of them weren't, from what I've learned.
Which one was?
George Washington owned slaves.
But he wasn't pro-slavery. He owned slavery. He wasn't, for it.
Well, I gotta say, if you own slaves, then your actions show that you're pro-slavery. But for example, I believe it was John Quincy Adams that was truly against slavery, right?
And John Adams, his father.
So John Adams, that's what I'm talking about. John Adams was against slavery, and he didn't own slaves.
Yeah.
Right? So to be against slavery and own slaves is an oxymoron, is what I'm saying.
I don't think it is. And John Adams is a very rare case where he actually made it. Most people, if they didn't own slaves, they would have been destitute. Completely broke.
Okay.
Okay, so all the people that, it's not that the founding fathers owned slaves and they were founding fathers. It's like, to be a founding father, you had to own slaves almost. Because you would never get to that point without having your financial status situated like that.
But George Washington didn't start out owning slaves. When he came from Britain, he didn't own slaves.
Oh,
when he was fighting...
He was born here.
No, maybe I'm wrong. I think you know more about this than I do. But from what I learned, or what I think I learned in school, he was military in the UK.
No, so he was
military in Great Britain. And
no, it was in America, but he was a redcoat. He was a British officer in the French and Indian War. But that was in America. It was fighting over the Ohio River Valley.
He was born in America during the colonies,
He was a Brit technically, but
He had British citizenship, yeah.
yeah, okay.
But he never went to England itself. He never went to the UK.
So he was never there.
I don't believe so.
Wow.
You know, actually, it's kind of a tangent, but there's a fun fact. There's a statue of Washington right outside. I think it's the National Gallery of London.
Uh-huh.
And this is like, you know, I think he was still alive when this was put there, but I could be wrong. But anyway, there's a statue of him outside like National Gallery in London. It's a very nice statue. But whenever they shipped it over there, because I think they made it in America or something like that, they had to ship a bunch of Virginia soil with it.
Yeah.
And they put it on the ground, but they put Virginia soil under him first because he didn't want to touch English soil.
Huh.
So his statue is on Virginia soil in
It's
England.
pretty funny.
Yeah.
Well, right here I looked up, did George Washington ever go to Britain? And it said, no, George Washington never traveled to England, though his family had English roots and some relatives attended school there. His only trip outside North America was to
Barbados.
Barbados in 1751, which was a British colony, to help his ailing half-brother. He spent his life exploring the American colonies and territories, but never crossed the Atlantic to Britain himself. So
That's actually his statue that I was talking about.
Oh wow, and
I
that's in
believe
England.
I believe it is, yeah.
Wow. So yeah, so you're right in the sense that he never went to England, but he was English.
Ethnically, yeah.
Nationality?
Yeah, before they created America, his
Yeah.
his nationality was English. He was a British subject.
So what
But then-
made it change?
Well, then they separated from Britain, so they kind of formed a new nationality, which was American. And they, of course, believed that American described white people, and that's why their laws reflected that.
But there were Africans in Britain at that time.
They weren't considered British.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Because from what I heard, it's not like there weren't. They were part of culture. Like they were accepted.
But they weren't considered British because British was, or they at least weren't considered English because English was only for English
So
people.
Were they considered second class?
No, they just weren't. I mean, maybe they were. I'm not, but just because they aren't considered the same nationality doesn't mean they have to be second class. Like people get that confused a lot. They think it's like discrimination.
Okay.
It's not. I mean, if I went to China, let's say I got a Chinese passport and I lived there my entire life, I would never become Chinese. I'd be an American living in China. And that's just the reality of things. And if I moved that wouldn't make me feel bad.
Well, do you know who Ryan Dawson is?
It sounds familiar.
He was a guy who, back in the day when the internet was AOL, right? And that was pretty much it. You know what I mean? No YouTube, none of that. AOL. He got banned from AOL for talking about 9/11 and stuff like that. If you had any opinion different than the official opinion on 9/11, you were ostracized and could not speak, right? He was completely banned, and he was honestly like an Edward Snowden type case. And he fled to Japan. He's an American living in Japan, but he's a Japanese citizen now.
Mm-hmm.
Just because he's white, do you think the Japanese look at him differently? Obviously, they look at him differently to a certain extent because he's a different color.
Right.
But do you think they look at him differently in terms that he's not a part of their nationality? Or because he came in the right way and he did the citizenship and everything, that he is Japanese now? He doesn't consider himself American because Americans rejected him. You know what I mean? They ostracized him.
Like I said, this has nothing to do with their character or whether or not they belong or whether or not they're good people or anything like that. It's not even racist, really. I mean, there's no discrimination or anything. It's simply just words matter, and this is what the word means.
Mm.
So, if a Japanese person, meaning like Shinzo Abe, like just an actual like ethnically Japanese person, and a white man living in Japan with a passport and everything, they cannot both be Japanese as a nationality. It's just not how the word works. You can only have one ethnicity.
Yeah. No, I understand what you're saying, but I think that where we disagree, I think nationality and ethnicity is different.
Well, that's not what the word.
I think
disagreeing with the dictionary.
I think nationality means you're a citizen. You are a citizen of whatever country. You are a part of that nation.
That's how it's used in the modern context. That's not what the word means.
Don't you think that words change over time?
I mean, yes, but also words have definitions. So if I start calling this a hot dog, it doesn't just become that.
Yeah, but I mean, throughout the world, different languages and just everything, words change definition, words change meaning.
I would say that we might die on this hill, and we're gonna move on from this soon because I don't see
I
it
was just
going
about to say.
anywhere. But
I think we're talking past each other because we just have different definitions for the word.
yeah, what can I look up that can prove me wrong?
Look up nation etymology. I mean,
Nationality etymology or
nation. Just do
nation
I mean, it's the same thing.
ETI, right?
Why?
ETY.
That's right there.
Etymology, got it. Okay, and let's switch this over real quick. All right, so the word nation comes from Latin natio, meaning birth, origin, breed, or people, derived from nasi, to be born, ultimately stemming from the Proto-Indo-European root gene, to give birth. It entered English via Old French, originally referring to a large group sharing common ancestry, language, or culture, essentially those who are born together. While often used for a country, its root emphasizes shared descent and heritage, distinct from the political state, though the terms are frequently conflated today. So I'm not gonna lie, bro. You're right. I mean, that does kind of prove me wrong. But what I will say, one thing that does stick out to me is Proto-Indo-European, right? I don't know what proto means, but I do know that Indo is like not European. So and proto, judging from the Indo-European distinction, means that proto is different from those three too. It's the reason why they distinctify it.
Proto-Indo-Europeans they're just a really old group. They're nomadic people.
Yeah.
And originally they do come from Asia, but they mixed with very old Europeans.
So Europeans aren't pure then?
Well, nobody is.
Nobody is, exactly. So I don't think we should worry too much about race, is what I'm saying.
Well, no, it does matter. Like, for example, you were talking about culture earlier. Do immigrants share our culture? Culture is actually downstream from race in some sense.
Yeah.
Like, if you took our Constitution and gave it to a country in Africa, which, fun fact, we've done before. The country's called Liberia, and it's not a good place.
Mm.
If you give them our Constitution, which is our rules, our morals, that doesn't make them America. They won't be as successful as America. They won't be like America, because our culture is just comes from our race, and it doesn't mean that somebody from Africa.
They didn't come up with it.
No, hold on.
You can't follow something you didn't come up with.
Hold on. It doesn't mean that somebody from Africa can't share our morals. It's just it's very rare.
Yeah.
Here's the only way I can explain it to you. Why did Europe become moral Christian empires? Like, they're all very moral and very Christian.
Before Christ, they were mostly Viking and pagan and honestly uncivilized.
Right.
Europeans were uncivilized.
No, I'm saying, but they weren't introduced to Christ yet, so that's kind of neither here nor there.
Well, no, you were saying, what was your question?
Hold on, I didn't finish it.
Okay,
so
go ahead then. Go finish.
So Europeans, after they accepted Christ, after they were told to or introduced to Christ, they accepted. They became very Christian moral societies. But Africa or Asia or anywhere else in the world, even if they were introduced to Christ, did not. Like, for example, Japan killed all their Christian ministers, all the people that went over there.
Yeah, but so did Rome.
Right, but then after a while they accepted it.
Eventually. So there's Japanese Christians too.
I know. Here's my point. Here's my point.
Although they're minorities.
Here's my point. As a whole, Europe became very moral, very Christian, very good. And as a whole, most other places in the world did not. So at a point, you got to ask, why did they not? Was it because of some like circumstantial reason? Did somebody come in and say, no, you can't do this? Like, no, it's actually just because some societies are more geared to that than others, and it's because of the different races. And Japan is probably the best place in Europe, even if it's not very Christian, unfortunately. It's probably one of the best places in Europe, at least right now. Well, I mean, in Asia. Yeah. And it's because their society is just geared towards cleanliness, towards order, toward they have a very hard work ethic. I mean, it's because of the Japanese race, because race has real characteristics. Yeah. Some races are better at some things than others. I mean, it's just how it is.
Well, that's race realism, right?
Right.
There is a bell curve, and I don't think it necessarily means that any race is smarter than the others or better, but it means that some races are better at other things, right? That's the whole theory of it. So like, how would you put that into practice?
Well, I'm not even saying we necessarily should put it into practice, or I'm just saying that like.
Or like, how does that like? What I'm trying to say is, you say some races are better than other races at things, and I'm saying, what's like each race, like what's the best thing they're best at? What's the worst thing? Like, how do we determine that?
Well,
is it studies?
okay.
Is it?
Well, just here's an example. Like with Somalia, as a country has the lowest IQ in the entire world. That's a statistic.
Yeah.
Right? I believe like their average is like 70, which is borderlining on mental disability. You can look it up.
I'm looking it up. Go ahead.
All right. And that's just the reality of it. And that doesn't mean that can't be improved by better education and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But there's a reason.
Is IQ determined by education though? I thought it was mostly pattern recognition.
I mean, it's. I think having a better education can help your IQ, but it's not ultimately determined by that.
Okay, so right here. Oh, no, I'm not interested in new AI mode. Golly, goodness gracious. While different studies vary, South Sudan, Nepal, and Sierra Leone are frequently cited as having the lowest average IQ scores globally.
Can you look up how much IQ points Somalia has?
For sure.
Yeah.
One thing I do want to say, though, Nepal, for example, right? Nepal just had a recent government revolt.
Yeah.
You've heard about it.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, they're more organized than we are.
But we've also had revolts, so I don't know.
But not for a long time. And what I'm saying is Nepal, the government corruption is possibly, but during that time was possibly even less than what we're facing right now.
Maybe. I don't know the whole situation.
Well, it was mainly from social media. People were talking about the government corruption on social media, meaning, like, we're not getting paid enough, this and that. And the government decided to ban social media in Nepal.
Oh, okay.
And after that, the Gen Z of Nepal stood up and said, hey, and they led that whole thing, and then eventually overthrew.
They burned down their parliament.
Yeah, they overthrew everything, and now they it's kind of crazy. They elected their first their first new person or whatever through Discord.
Really?
Yeah, that's a real thing. And their symbol is the symbol from what's that anime? It has like 10,000 episodes. One Piece.
Oh.
It's the pirate with the bones, and that's their symbol, right? And
that's so stupid.
I mean, to be fair, yeah, you could do better, Gen Z, but also Madagascar did it too. Madagascar is also in the same area as these countries, so they probably have the same IQ levels roughly, but they're so much more organized. So is IQ really what we should be basing everything on?
I'm just pointing out a difference, but I do think we should move on. But I was just pointing out a difference between some countries and some ethnicities and others.
Yeah, well, I think there's definitely IQ differences, but I don't think that IQ is... Like, IQ is a generic test. It doesn't mean... It means something.
But it is a genetic factor.
Genetic factor, yes. But I think that IQ doesn't determine intelligence. Although IQ means intelligence quotient, IQ is about pattern recognition. And, like, I've taken IQ tests.
All that was just to point out that there's differences between some countries and some ethnicities and others.
Yeah.
That's all it was.
But my question to you was, what is the difference between these countries? Like, what is the difference between these people, right? You said that every race is better at different things. And I was just wondering, before we move on, I just want to know, like, can you give me some examples besides IQ?
Well, I don't know what it could be. It could be from... Maybe in the past, like way back when they had lots of incest or something, that could have affected their brains. It could be that, it could be
Doesn't Europe have the highest rates of incest, though?
I don't think that's true. It's India and the Middle East.
Oh, you might be right with that, actually. Not gonna lie.
But I mean in history, really, not even like today, in history. Like, I think Somalia has lots of incest in their history, but I could be wrong.
Yeah. Keep talking, though.
But, it could be, like... some kind of evolutionary thing where they didn't need to be as smart, and like they could have for example, the dodo bird. The reason the dodo bird was so like easy to hunt, the reason why it went extinct so quickly, is because all the prey on its island never evolved to get away from the dodo bird. So the dodo bird never had to fly, never had to do anything special.
Yeah.
That's why it was such a dumb bird. So for example, some groups may have had less challenges historically, so they never had to get certain advantages. There's all kinds of explanations, but.
real quick, I want to show what I looked up. So I looked up what group of people has the highest rates of incest in history, right? Just to see. Historically, ancient royal dynasties, particularly ancient Egyptian, right? But also, I mean, every dynasty ever, right?
Yeah, check this out.
Middle Eastern and North African, yes, often due to cultural. Well, this is not always.
By legal definitions.
By legal definitions, yeah. But also, you got to think about Rome. Rome was also very incestual.
I don't know, but this probably was.
The dynasties, in terms like.
I'm gonna use the restroom real quick.
Pure blood. Yeah, go ahead.
And when we come back, I'm gonna move on.
Yeah, you're good.
All right.
I felt like we were getting somewhere though.
Sorry, I really have to go though.
Guys, what do you think? Please drop your comments in the chat. We're trying to get to the bottom of things. We obviously have disagreements, and I think everyone does. I think it's important to have civil conversation, So, if you guys have any questions or anything you want to add, please do. Now that he mentions it, though, I'm kind of wondering how we did get to what group of people has highest rates of incest in history. I guess it was the IQ thing. I don't think that IQ is the most important thing in terms of intelligence, because I've taken IQ tests, and although I have a decently high IQ, I mean, sometimes I've taken it and it was 120, sometimes I've taken it and it was 140. One time I even took it, it was like 108, and I felt all sad or whatever because I thought it was important. But either way, varying results, I don't think IQ is the most important thing. I think it's more of character, right? And how, let me put it this way, so everyone's born with God's law in their heart, right? Which means thou shalt not murder, thou shalt not steal. Everyone is born knowing that murder is wrong. At least from personal experience, as a kid, I knew that killing people was wrong. Not because anyone told me, because it's wrong. Just like, and even, let's not even say killing, because maybe as a kid I didn't know what murder is, right? But I knew lying was wrong. I knew stealing was wrong. That's the law, right? So I think it's what's more important than IQ. What's more important than IQ is how well God's law in your heart holds up to your age, if that makes sense. I think IQ is cool, and it's a cool measurement, but I don't think it's truly what intelligence means. I think true intelligence is submitting to God, and not, everyone disobeys God to a certain extent, but trying your best not to.
All right. I do want to move on, though, because my favorite topics are down the list. So.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah? Well, actually, the next topic I'm really excited for. What can we do to change the system? Before you answer, I would like to give my piece, because on my topics that I wrote for this episode, one thing I wanted to say is the very first thing that needs to happen, at least in America, before anything else happens, is abolishing foreign banking influences, which is the Federal Reserve. After that, it's debatable where we can go from there. But until that happens, nothing good is going to happen until that happens. Because if the money's run by foreign influences, we are unable to create any real change because we don't have control of our money supply. And money is, unfortunately, how we create change. I mean,
Well, what I wanted to focus on is what common people can do, because unfortunately we really can't just end the Federal Reserve.
Yeah, that's more like if I had power for one day,
If
what's
I
the
was
first
supreme-
thing I would do?
If I was Supreme Emperor, that's what I would do.
Emperor of the universe, yeah. Yeah. So
But-
what can the common person do then?
Right. So I wanted to talk more about what we talked about last year. I want to go more in depth about emailing your congressman.
Okay.
And I do think this is actually something that does help. Is, like I said, the John Birch Society, jbs.org. You mind pulling it up?
Sure thing.
So, the John Birch Society, they're a very old organization from the Cold War even. But this is just a cool feature they have on their website that I like. Where they have pre-made emails. This jbs.org, just do that. Like up there.
Oh, okay.
It's jbs.org.
jbs.org?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then go to the...
Birch.
Yeah, so John Birch. That's what their name of. He was he's known as the first casualty of the Cold War. He was a army captain or some kind of captain in the military, and he was killed by Chinese communists. But let's see. Go back to the website for me.
We're on it right now.
I'm gonna go back to the.
Oh, I just wanted to say it says what is the John Birch Society, and Americans. This is their manifesto basically. Americans committed to defending our God-given rights, protecting liberty, upholding the Constitution, promoting less government, preserving America's founding values. What we do, what the society does on its own, has only two: educate and inform communities, take action to create real change. Now, do we want to click learn more?
Let's see.
Exposing 60 years of anarchy?
No, so on my phone at least there was like a little 3 lines you could click to pull up on the list. I'm not sure.
Well, see, like
Go to main menu. Let's try
main
that
menu.
Yeah, this is it.
Okay.
Let's see. Do find my elected officials. That might be it.
Okay. Let me get it ready.
Hold on. We're still clicking through things. So yeah.
I gotta make sure everyone can see. That's
Okay.
Okay. All right. Who are my elected officials?
Well, let's see. Hold on. So, here, can you scroll down for me?
Sure thing. So you locate your legislator. And
Yeah,
then
so
find your state and federal representatives.
So basically, I know you don't want to put your address on here.
Yeah.
But basically, what this will do is it will find what both your representative in the House of Representatives and your state senators.
Really?
It will list them all out for you, and it'll list out like what bills there are, and you can also go to legislative alerts and get email updates.
Okay.
And those basically give you like updates on what bills are going to be passed soon.
Yeah.
And so it'll give you a pre-made email based on the information you filled in, and it'll say, like, "Hi, my name's such and such, and I think you should vote yes on this bill or vote no on this bill." And then you can also edit it to say why if you want. But this is something cool they do, and it's a pretty interesting society. I've been looking into them, but I haven't done like a full scale research, I guess. But that's just one example of something you can do is email your representatives, and hopefully that influences them. We'll see if it does. Another thing is if you believe somebody is good for the country, don't just be there on election day. Don't just vote for them. That's like the bare minimum. Another thing we need to do:
campaign for them.
Right. Go door to door. Start knocking. Call people. I mean, what do we have to do? Make flyers? Who knows? But yeah, campaign for them if you really believe that they're good for America. Another thing is, don't focus on just the presidential election, because that's not all that matters. Focus on your the Congress, on your congressional elections, on your state elections, both the governor and the state Congress, and even your local, your mayor and your county and city positions. Even focus on those, because really, people think the executive is really what does it. Really, what we need is a good Congress, and even smaller than that, your mayor, your like county mayor and your city mayors, and all the positions. That's really what changes your life. Actually, that changes your life more than the president does, to be honest.
Yeah, for sure. One thing I have noticed is that people, even people that are into politics, they'll only vote every 4 years for the president, right? And so, like, they think that's the most important thing. And one thing we were talking about earlier is actually something I think everyone here should know, is that your local government, in terms of the city council, and, you could get deeper into, like, county and stuff, but starting out at the city council, you go to your city council meetings, which are usually once or twice a month. You learn everybody's names, and you try to make a change. And you become a part of the process, right? And it's what we call baby steps. If you want to make actual lasting change, it starts on a local level, right? And so I think that's what I'm going to do. I want to see these city council meetings and not just show up once, but show up consistently, because although I see what you mean about how it changes your day-to-day life, and in terms it does change your day-to-day life, but like in terms of the big issues, they're not solving big issues,
Right. I'm just saying that
it's a good first step.
your local elections do affect your life more than president. That is true.
Yeah,
They really
in
do.
terms of what roads are being built and
In all kinds of ways, but yeah.
yeah.
Another thing is I'm not going to go too specific. I've actually asked them to not mention this, but I'm going to mention it. I'm just not going to be very specific. I do work through a school club at the high school I'm in to affect local politics. I've gone to county GOP meetings. I've met my representative, one of them at least. I'm about to meet them again sometime this month. I've talked to local county and city judges and mayors and all kinds of people. I've met donors to the Republican Party. I mean, there's stuff you can do. I've even.
Are you talking about the donors that?
I'm not saying they were the best people.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I actually don't know much about them.
Just padding your resume.
I don't know much about them personally, but I'm just saying, they're important people, and they knew people like Charlie Kirk. They knew important people, so it's good to meet people. And I don't know anything about them personally, so I'm not gonna make any comment about that. But I've also, like, my boxing coach. I do boxing. My boxing coach is a local politician. He's ran before. He's taken me to city council meetings. I mean, there's all kinds of things you can do, really. You know, and it's important that you do that. Another thing is just be educated. I don't mean go to college for 4 years necessarily, but I mean just like read books, watch stuff. Make sure you know both local events and the history of things.
Yeah.
And that's not just like something you should do. That's a duty, really. Politics is what you would call a civic duty. Every civilian, every person in America has a duty to research politics, know their history, because we're the ones that influence the government. Think of it.
That's the only way democracy works, right?
Yeah, think of it this way.
With educated people.
Mm-hmm. Whenever you elect a president, you always want that's well educated, right? Well, if you're the voter, you should be well educated. That's one way of thinking about it. Because you are like your own president, I guess. You are the one that influences change in the system. So you yourself should be educated. And it's not a crazy, like, I'm not saying you have to dedicate your life to this stuff. But there's like writing an email. That's nothing. Just do that. Just do it like once a week or once a month or something. Like, it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
Or just reading a book. Just like read a book every now and again. Like, it's not a
Well, about the email thing and the mail thing, I think there's a certain level of nihilism.
Right. Yeah.
That has descended. I thought.
Yeah, I saw something fly.
That was weird. There's a certain level of nihilism that has descended upon. I don't say all the youth, but the youth of America for sure, and that's the sense that your vote doesn't matter, which is partially true. That's the problem with this nihilism is they're not wrong. You know what I mean? Your vote doesn't really matter because it's not a true democracy. You elect people to represent you, but those people are really just representing the donors. So there's a level of corruption that makes it feel like it's all hopeless. So it's hard to, at least from like my perspective, although I still want to try to do it, it's hard to come at it from a local level because it feels like it's all pointless. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I feel like a lot of other people are feeling that way too.
And that's why I described it as a duty. This isn't something that you're supposed to do because it will work necessarily. It might not. This isn't something you're supposed to do because it'll benefit you in any way. It probably won't.
It's a duty.
It's a duty. You have to do it even if it's no good. Even if it will harm you, you have to do it. You have to engage in politics even if it will harm you. If the government outlaws a book that you need to read, you better read it. That's a duty. Yeah. And that's what the founders believed, certainly. I mean, Thomas Jefferson talked about it all the time, all the other founders also. It's all through the Federalist Papers, Anti-Federalist Papers, all kinds of documents. That, you have a duty to be educated, to be well armed, which we'll get to later, and to participate in the system. Because you can't just retreat into a mountain, which is a common fantasy. That I'm just going to take my rifle, my family, or retreat into a mountain, and that's nothing wrong with that. I personally hate cities. I think everybody should live in the rural landscape.
Do you mind if I bring up Ruby Ridge?
We definitely can. I wanted to get into that, but.
Okay. Let me write it down. You go ahead and continue what you're saying. I'm going to write it down real quick.
We'll definitely bring up Ruby Ridge and Waco if you want.
Where's that pin at?
I have it. So, there's definitely nothing wrong with that. But what I'm getting at, you can't have this kind of nihilistic, kind of doomer mindset where it's, well, voting isn't doing things, so I'm not going to vote. Or, there's no point. I'm just gonna retreat on my ranch and defend myself from the government. That's not how things work. You have to participate because there's no way you're gonna be able to defend yourself from the government.
Yeah.
You have to band together with all your fellow citizens.
Well, speaking of banding together, I don't want to. I'm sorry about Japan. I don't want to interrupt you, but I've noticed that a lot of people are. Actually, damn.
We can go out of order if you want.
We can go out of order? Okay. So, a lot of people, especially on Instagram and just social media, they're bringing up the fact that, one, like, the Somalian daycares, billion tax dollars missing, right? So that's our money that, like, comes out of our paycheck, and at the end of the year, at April time, we pay that money to, like, go to the government and supposed to help build our roads and stuff and all that. It's going to Somalians who are opening daycares that don't actually have any children. It's going to Israel. It's going to Ukraine. It's going to anywhere but here, pretty much, right? And there's a lot of people that are demanding a tax revolt. And I'm not sure how mainstream it is. It's mainstream for me because I'm into that scene, But, I mean, genuinely, I don't think people realize that if we... even if a million of us, which by the way, what is it, like 200 million people in America? 170 million?
I don't know. It's quite a bit.
Let's just say over 100 million.
I actually don't know, but yeah.
Over 100 million for sure, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so over 100 million people in America. If just a million of us didn't pay taxes, I think it would cause some serious issues. And I mean in a good way, I mean that the government would have to negotiate with us. Instead of, if one person doesn't pay taxes, it's tax fraud. And that one person is screwed. You're going to be prosecuted under the government. If a large enough 370 million Americans, right? 1 in 370 million is not that much. But even just 1 million of 370 million, if they all decided not to participate in the system where clearly our money is not going where it's supposed to go. So we say, hey, we're not going to give that money anymore. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He's been here. Fuck, man. What I'm saying is...
we love our viewers. We appreciate you being here.
I'm just trying to talk, man. But yeah, man. I missed a lot. Keep it up, brothers. See y'all later.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year's. If 1 million of us just didn't pay taxes, that would cause a serious issue in the government to where we as in the government. So say I'm the government, I actually have to negotiate with you. Right. You're the people and I'm the government. I actually have to negotiate with you in terms of how much tax is actually going to be given from now on, and where it's going to go and where the power lies.
The IRS only has, if I remember correctly, like 60,000 agents.
Really?
Yeah.
That's not enough.
Like armed agents.
Not enough for what we're planning, boys.
Yeah. So here's a quote from Calvin Coolidge, who I actually quite like. He's commonly criticized because he didn't do anything, but I think that's exactly what the president should do usually. They should do way less. But he said, this is in 1932, he said, unless the people, through unified action, arise and take charge of their government, they will find that their government has taken charge of them. Independence and liberty will be gone, and the general public will find itself in a condition of servitude to an aggression of organized and selfish interest.
So he's talking about the Federal Reserve, right?
Well, he's talking about just all aspects of government, where if the people don't stand up and fight back against, the government control, the government will take control of them. And a tax revolt, which a lot of people have been talking about recently, it's even been talked about Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's a pretty big name.
Yeah.
A tax revolt, it's getting to be a pretty popular idea because actually 340-ish, but that's only documented. Okay.
Gotcha.
So probably more like 400 million.
Well, you gotta think about all the undocumented people.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's probably more like 400 million. Yeah. But anyways, what was I saying? So the idea is, how can the government, be so tyrannous and so unfair if we just don't pay them? They get their money from us. If they're gonna waste that money on Somalian fraud daycares, screw them. Let's stop paying money. Of course, I'm too young to pay taxes.
Yeah.
So maybe I shouldn't be talking about it, but I do think it's a good idea, and hopefully enough Americans actually do it that it becomes effective. Because if too few Americans do it, well, they just get arrested and that's that. But if a lot of Americans do it, it actually will get some good change.
Well, I'm gonna be honest, man. What you said right there, I'm too young to pay taxes, so maybe I shouldn't talk about it. That's a mature thing to say, but I gotta say, my opinion before I started paying taxes, like as a teenager, and when I started paying taxes as an adult, hasn't changed at all. To be honest, I think it's total bullshit, and it's disgusting, and it's
I agree too. Yeah.
it's grape.
I think it's theft. I do think it's theft.
Yes.
Because
I listen, bro. You know, I had, you know, a good paying job, worked hard, had deductibles all year, you know, stuff taken out of my paycheck for all the different stuff or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the year, I still owed money. And then they told me, they were like, yeah, you just got to get your employer to withhold more.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, are you fucking kidding me, dude? Like, first of all, that's crazy. They're taking way too much. That's the big thing. Taking way too much. It used to be way less. Think about it. We started a revolt. We skipped to tax revolt. America is built off of tax revolt. We started, what was it? 1% tax?
3% tax on tea.
3% tax on tea. What, can we get some numbers on that? What does that actually mean? What does that actually, like, compared to our economy now, how much money would that be?
I don't know, but America now has like I think the federal government takes 30% of your paycheck.
Okay, yeah, so 3% versus 30%.
Something like that. So here's something I actually copied. I saw this on Twitter. I went and copied and pasted it. I thought it was so insane. So there's 365 days in a year, right? If you add in federal, state, and local and sales tax, Americans are facing about a 30% tax rate. Okay? Between the federal government, state, and all these other and local taxes. About 30%. 30% of 365 is about 110 days. For 110 days, we are slaves to the government, state government, federal government. We are slaves.
When you put it that way, that's crazy.
There's 100 days. If you work a job, there's 100 days 110 that you work.
You work for free,
and you don't earn a dime of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you say that one more time for the people in the back?
Right. I will repeat myself.
Actually, where'd you find that? Let me look it up.
I honestly I got this off Twitter, but the math holds up. So.
Well, just say it again.
There are 365 days in a year. If you add in federal, state, local, and sales taxes, Americans are facing about a 30% tax rate. 30% of 365 is 109.5, so basically 110 days. So for 110 days, we are literal slaves to our federal, state, and local governments.
We're free because of tax. Let's see if that works.
Mm-hmm.
Americans are working 110 days for free because of tax. Let's see if that'll pull up. The one good thing about AI, guys, is it actually you can look up some random shit, or, you know, the statement that American taxes refers to a calculate. Hold on, let me pull up the.
Hold on, look at this.
1 second. We'll pull up the reaction.
So it says, so in 2019, the most recent date widely available for social results in the U.S., Americans paid worked 105 days to pay their total tax bill. So in 2019, 105 of the days you worked, you didn't earn a dime of that.
Wow. And that is the AI overview from Google. You can look this up yourself. So 110, 105, you know,
so
that's
one
math,
day. One day is too much in my opinion. But
yeah,
that's insane. And that's one of the things I actually.
One day is too much, because I do think that.
I don't think. Can you have a successful nation without tax at all?
Well, we did it. Oh, first of all, let's define tax. Okay, what I don't mean is tariffs. What I don't mean is like excise taxes, which is taxes paid on like tobacco, alcohol, gasoline, firearms.
Okay.
Now, I don't necessarily agree with all those, but the principle.
You think that there should be taxes on guns?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Oh.
But I'm just saying I don't mean those kind of taxes. What I mean is direct. So there's a difference between direct and indirect taxes. Excises and things like that, tariffs, are called indirect taxes. A direct tax is a tax not on a entity or not on a business, but on an individual themselves or an entity. So that'd be income tax, property tax, those kind of taxes.
Yeah.
Whereas an indirect tax would be your excises, your tariffs, which are paid on foreign countries, and your sales tax, because that's paid technically by a business. So, and they just raise the prices to make up for it.
Yeah.
But really, it's paid by the business.
Well, I just found it weird how people never questioned. You know, you have sales tax, income tax, and so like you get taxed on the money you make, and then you get taxed on the stuff you buy with the money that's already taxed, right?
Mhm.
And then if you buy something like a house or something like that or property, you get taxed on that property, which is already bought with money that's already been taxed like 2 or 3 times already. You know what I mean? It's just a weird glitch. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Like he said earlier, glitch in the matrix, right?
Right.
I don't know.
But,
so it's like, do people not realize this? Are we really that uneducated?
and
What do you think it is that's gonna like?
I think people are just stuck. They don't know what to do. They don't know how to do anything.
Yeah.
Because as we've seen in the past with Ruby Ridge and Waco, whenever you get on the bad side of the government, they'll do anything.
Yeah.
I mean, complete atrocities. I was actually watching a 3-hour long video on Waco earlier today. And, it's just crazy the things they did. I mean, these people actually, I'm not even exaggerating at all. Like, obviously I'm biased. They actually broke no law. Not a single law was broken. There wasn't one.
Well, that was a cult in Waco.
Yeah.
And wasn't there some incest or some sort of child abuse going on?
So, they were investigated for child abuse, and none was found by the local sheriff.
Okay.
And so the FBI and the ATF, of course, used that to justify them raiding the compound or whatever.
Was the video you watched perhaps by Wendigoon?
It was, yeah.
I seen that same video, and
I've seen other ones. But
everything you said was true, yeah.
But there actually wasn't any crime committed. They used some stuff like that, like accusations, to say, well, that's why we did it. But that's not the ATF or the FBI's job.
Just like Michael Jackson.
I don't know anything about that, but
Oh, well, that's where I'm educated.
But
Basically, it's the same thing as to where they don't have any actual proof, but they're gonna accuse him of these things because he doesn't go with what they agree with.
Right, and so
he's not playing with their rules.
The actual crime that the ATF was looking for is stockpiling weapons, which is not a crime, and they thought that they might have some illegal firearms on the area. Basically, they thought they were manufacturing full auto firearms without paying their tax stamp. There's a $200 tax on all full auto firearms. So that's why they got involved in the first place. But it's a suspicion. They had no proof.
Yeah.
And of course, the whole situation ended with the entire compound being burned to the ground and 30 children dying along with their mothers.
It was kind of a tragedy, yeah.
And for years, the FBI claimed that it was actually a suicide. They didn't.
No, I remember even Wendigoon saying that. I thought that was.
But it's been proven that they set the fire.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
So my dad, Chris Carey, he says infrastructure is important and costs tons. That is true.
Yeah. So how do you get the money for infrastructure? I was going to ask you that.
Right.
Without taxes.
Well, okay. So first of all, we have to agree first of all that taxes are morally bad. So first we have to prove that it's theft, because theft is morally bad. So let me just go over that first.
Okay.
Imagine what the federal government does. Now imagine a person did that to you on the street. They say, "Give me your money." You go, "No." They go, "Oh, well, I'm going to lock you in a cage." That's theft, obviously. And that's what the federal government does. They take, 30% of your paycheck. It's about 50% in some states. California has 50% income tax.
So do you think it should be...
Well, hold on.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get through this real quickly.
Go ahead.
So it's by definition theft. We can all agree on that. It's morally wrong. Would you rather have a morally wrong state with roads or a morally right state without roads? I think it's better to be morally right, but you can have roads and without taxes. I'm not saying it's an either or. I'm just throwing that hypothetical out there.
Not saying that tax money is used to the maximum.
Oh, it's definitely wasted, yeah.
Yeah.
But here's what I'm getting at. Before, our first income tax wasn't until 1861 in the Civil War, and it ended in 1872. Our first official income tax that stayed wasn't until the 16th Amendment in 1920 something. So before that, how did we pay stuff? We had roads, we had bridges, we had infrastructure.
That's a good question.
It was tariffs.
Tariffs. So importing and exporting.
So tariffs are a tax on imports.
Yeah.
I believe. So it's whenever a foreign company tries to sell to us, they have to pay a tax on that.
Yeah.
And it's to promote consumers to buy American items. It artificially inflates the price of foreign-made goods, so American goods will be cheaper by comparison. And so in that sense, it's pretty good.
But doesn't that just make foreign countries not sell to us because of our tariffs?
No,
and it also makes foreign goods not bought because they're more expensive?
Well, okay, so it doesn't prohibit other companies from selling to us. They still do it as long as the tariff isn't excessive.
Okay.
Like, for example, think of how many people you know or have seen that are driving European-made cars.
BMW, yeah, tons.
Lots
yeah.
of them.
Toyota even is Japanese.
We pay a 50% tariff on all European cars, and we still buy from them.
We pay to import it.
50% tariff.
So they're
tariffing us.
They're
50%.
tariffing us to export their goods to us.
Yeah.
Isn't that ass backwards?
Well, that's what a tariff is.
I thought a tariff was only for someone wants to sell you something, so you tax them. Like, I thought it was when you're importing something, not when you're exporting something. You're like, yeah.
You know, you might be right. I think I got tripped up on my words there. Maybe they pay 50% for our cars, something like that, right?
Okay.
But anyways, I mean, what I'm getting at is tariffs before 1861 and even after. That was how the federal government paid for everything.
Mm.
Everything that was paid for was because of tariffs. And it wasn't until the federal income tax that they stopped doing that.
Yeah.
Right? So we don't need a federal income tax. It's not needed. Now, states have always levied taxes. The states have always had taxes. That's always been a thing. The federal government has laid some taxes, but mainly it's been tariffs in history.
So you think state taxes are acceptable?
They're more acceptable. I still don't like income tax at all, but I'd rather have only a state income tax than both a state and a federal, of course.
Yeah, well, I think it's definitely excessive. The way I see it is, like you said, I think it is our duty to do certain things, right? And so the problem is whenever it comes to your income's taxed, then your property's taxed, your groceries, everything you buy is taxed. You know what I mean? It should be like pick one thing.
Your
right?
gasoline's taxed.
Everything, right? So like maybe just pick the income, take 2%, 3% of everyone, right? That's not that much. Everyone can live with that, and that's 300. You think about it's 340 million documented. That's a lot of money to do infrastructure with.
Here's the thing.
Or maybe state taxes is all we need, but.
So here's the thing. So income tax being a direct tax, it's not a flat rate. It's a percentage. So so like rich people pay more taxes than we do, right? Because it's percentage based.
Trump's been giving a lot of tax breaks to rich people though.
But they still do. It's quite a bit.
But compared to, like you said, percentages, it's actually we pay more in percentages of tax than they do.
I think that's. I think that's true, yeah. But we pay like 3%. They pay like 5% or something. You know what I mean?
But what I'm saying is like,
but they lose less money than we do.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So I'm just saying that's
unfair.
That's how a direct tax works, though. But I wanted to get into the history of taxation, actually, specifically the federal income tax.
Yeah.
So where this comes from is after the Civil War, we had the Gilded Age, as it was called, where the rich got very, very rich, and we had Carnegie, Vanderbilt, Rockefeller, all the ones, J.P. Morgan, all these different big businesses and monopoly men, right?
Yeah.
Trust funds or whatever, all these different kinds of things, the trusts, the monopolies, and they got very, very big, and so there was a growing populist movement saying we need to limit these big governments, and how they plan on doing that was an income tax, and the income tax was actually, whenever it was proposed to the American citizens, it was promised that it would only affect the rich, and most American families wouldn't even have to pay, and now everybody pays. It's a big lie. And like, for example, I saw today an old 1930s news clipping or whatever, where basically it was like right around when Social Security came about, and there was a Social Security tax, it basically it was telling the citizens yeah, you're gonna have to pay this amount of your paycheck to the government. I think it was a pretty big number, 4%. That's a lot. This percent of your paycheck to the government to pay for Social Security that you may never see, and that's insane, And that's what they voted for FDR, and that's what they got,
Oh yeah, I mean Social Security is another big theft.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so taxation, it's always been it's a big hoodwink, pulling the wool over our eyes. I mean, it's never been good. It's never helped us really.
Well, one thing I wanted to say. So number 4 on our list is what we can do to change the system, right?
We went over that. But
Number 12 is tax revolt, and although I personally thought that abolishing the Fed would be the number 1 step, this is talking about what we can do as people, and so maybe the number 1 step is local government and getting involved, but also something us ants can do as well is tax revolt. And I'm not calling for tax revolt, but I am calling everyone to consider the facts. That's what I'm saying.
And
But one thing I wanted to mention is that, say we did that. Say we had enough people that decided, hey, we're not going to pay our taxes. And then the government negotiated with us. Who's our spokesperson? How are we going to negotiate that? How are we not just going to get screwed over again? That's really what I wanted to ask you.
well, I don't know the answer to that question, really. I think the only way Americans can really get what they want at this point is to rebel in some way. I'm not calling for violence necessarily, but rebel in some way, like a tax revolt, or even just like we talked about, malicious compliance, which is like for example, some people are suggesting that, okay, so listing potatoes as suppressors, like for pistols, because there was a man who was arrested or charged by the ATF for putting a potato in front of his gun and using it like a suppressor, which, by the way, does not work. It just explodes the potato.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah, it's kind of funny.
It does not work at all.
What if it's a baked potato though? What if it's fully baked?
I don't know
Does
the
it
answer
work?
to
Do
that.
you think it's soft enough that the bullet just?
I don't think so. The expanding gases would just.
Yeah,
But
probably.
anyways, he was charged as making an illegal suppressor.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And the rule isn't that all suppressors are illegal, of course. The rule is if you want a suppressor, homemade or not, you have to pay a tax. That's all they care about is the money, not the actual safety of the thing or whatever.
Yeah.
So anyways, he was arrested or he was charged or whatever. He was charged with a crime because he did that without paying money. So I've heard some people talk about if we start buying potatoes and giving filing like forms, suppressor forms to the ATF, saying, can I have this and I'll pay $200 or whatever, and they just get flooded with requests for potatoes.
Yeah.
That's like one idea that you could really like waste their time and money with. Or another thing is like some people are suggesting that we like be very belligerent or like really bug the IRS.
Yeah.
Like saying, "Oh, you made a mistake on my taxes," even though they didn't, or saying it's like you can make up all kinds of lies, and it's not illegal to make up a lie because they could, so they have to look into it.
Yeah.
So you could really waste their time and their resources and their money because they have to pay people that do that.
That's true. It's kind of trolling though, don't you think?
Yeah.
Do you think trolling is the way to go?
The Boston Tea Party was trolling.
That's all we can do as the ants, though, right?
I guess.
Because, like, in an ideal world, if we had the power, correct me if I'm wrong,
Mm-hmm.
but I would say ATF, gone.
Right.
CIA, gone.
Yep.
FBI, gone. Pretty much every three-letter organization, gone.
They're all completely unconstitutional.
Yeah.
Nowhere in the Constitution does it say that the federal government has the power to make those kind of organizations.
Yeah. We'll get into Ruby Ridge. Man, I feel like we've tapped into as much as we can on this. We'll probably touch on it again another time. I got to use the bathroom. If you want to get them started on the Constitution, or because you want to talk about the Constitution, yeah, get them started. I'm gonna use the bathroom. Be right back.
Okay, so let me go and pull up my Constitution on my phone here before we get started. But yeah, I want to talk about the Constitution because obviously that's the most important document in our our legal system. So let me. I have one in my my phone's files. I like to keep one on me. But I want to talk about the Constitution because specifically we don't follow the Constitution anymore, and we really haven't since 1861. Because it was Abraham Lincoln who got rid of a lot of our constitutional, got rid of us following the Constitution, like the IRS. He started. That's unconstitutional. Nowhere does it say the federal government has the power to create an IRS. Another thing is secession, which we have on here. We're going to talk about it. Secession is completely constitutional, according to the 10th Amendment. Another thing is he suspended habeas corpus. Now, habeas corpus is basically due process. The idea that if you commit a crime, you have to go see a judge. That's in our Constitution. And he actually suspended that and locked people up without trial, which is illegal. And his justification was the Constitution says you can suspend habeas corpus in times of rebellion. But secession is not rebellion. It's different. So, let's see. Here it is. Here's my Constitution. They're completely different. Secession is whenever you leave. Rebellion is whenever you try to take over, if that makes sense. And of course, people like Woodrow Wilson, like Teddy Roosevelt, like FDR, they just worsened the issue, and they really, and FDR especially. And now the Constitution is just out the window. We don't follow it at all. It's a real shame. And so I just wanted to talk about some of the ways we don't follow it anymore. It's like, for example, I'll read off the 10th Amendment for y'all. Like I said, the 10th Amendment grants us the right to secede, but it's not very clear, so I'll have to do some explaining. But the 10th Amendment, the last amendment in the Bill of Rights, here's what it says. The powers not delegated to the United States, meaning the federal government, by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively, or to the people. So what that's saying is, if the power, meaning like a right or an ability to do something, if the ability to do something, like create an IRS or whatever, if the ability to do something is not in the Constitution, the federal government cannot do it. So the federal government can only do what the Constitution says it can. And if it's not prohibited by the Constitution to the states, then we're allowed to do it. So nowhere in the Constitution does it say that the states aren't allowed to secede. Therefore, we are. That's what it means. And nowhere in the Constitution does it say that the federal government can have an IRS or an FBI or an ATF or an NSA or a CIA. I mean, all these different organizations. It never says we can have one of those. So we can't. That's how it works. That's how the founders envisioned it. Here's another thing, Amendment 5, which is the one that gives us double jeopardy, right? It says that no person. I'm just going through the Constitution saying what parts we've completely disregarded so far, No person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime. I'm going to skip through some of this because it's a very long amendment.
I'm going to grab a couple waters real quick.
But no person that's held for a crime shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law, nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. So what they're saying there is that even if you committed a crime, even if you commit a crime, the government cannot take your private property away unless they have due process, unless they take you to a judge and say, they're allowed to take this private property away. So, or it actually says be deprived of life, liberty, or property. So not even like take it away, like they can't deprive your property rights even if you committed a crime unless you've gone to trial first. So like, for example, in these examples we talk about like Ruby Ridge or Waco. Like in Ruby Ridge, the guy, well, he had committed a crime, to be honest. He was making short-barreled shotguns, which I believe should not be a crime, but he was. But he was actually entrapped by an ATF agent, an undercover agent, told him to make these shotguns. So that's entrapment. And actually in court, he was acquitted of that or whatever. He was, that was taken off. So he had done no real crime, and the ATF put up cameras around his house. That's depriving him.
They stalked him.
Yeah, that's depriving him of, and they went on his property. I mean, that's trespassing. That's depriving him of his property. That's against the Constitution.
Did you tell them what they did though?
No, I haven't gotten into it.
They shot his wife and his
son.
So how old was he?
His son was like 11 or 12. Named Samuel.
His wife was pregnant or something, right?
His wife was holding the baby when she was shot.
Oh, okay. The baby was fine though.
Yeah.
Well,
somewhat.
Silver lining, right?
Yeah. So basically, just a quick rundown of the Ruby Ridge story. There's a man named Randall Weaver, also called Randy Weaver, and he's a bit of a nut. I mean, he believes some weird things about religion, but you're allowed to believe those things. And so he bought the compound up in Ruby Ridge, Idaho, which is a mountain in Idaho, and he has this compound there. He has a cabin and big area. And so he is somewhat affiliated with a, it's a white supremacist group called the Aryan Nations. Now, he was not a member. He was not a member.
Okay.
He had friends that were in the group, and he did some jobs for the group, like hanging up signs and stuff like that, like little jobs just to earn some money.
Okay, but not like hits or anything.
No.
Okay.
And he never went to a meeting, actually. He when they invited him, he just sat outside. So He might have had some wacky beliefs, but he wasn't violent. He didn't commit any crimes. And there was a man in the group, an ATF agent, because at this time, the federal government was very, very much opposed to any kind of militia. And the Aryan Nation was a type of militia. So, and they were violent, admittedly, but Randy Weaver was not. And he was not a member.
Okay.
So anyways, this ATF agent undercover befriends Randy Weaver, and after like months of just really like begging him to create some short-barreled shotguns, Randy Weaver finally caves in and makes him like 2 short-barreled shotguns. And for those who don't know, a shotgun has to be a certain amount of length. If it's too short, it's illegal, and it's considered a pistol by the law, and you have to pay a tax for that. So it's entrapment is what he did, and it's not allowed. So he illegally got him to make a short-barreled shotgun, which he wasn't supposed to do. Well, anyways, after this happens, the ATF starts keeping tabs on this guy. They have cameras around his property. They have drones flying over, looking down. They have to go out there at night in ghillie suits, camouflage, to put up these cameras and spy on him. And eventually, they arrest him. But basically, they pose as a family driving through the country that gets their car broken down, and they get Randy Weaver to help them with the car, and then they arrest him. And it's actually kind of silly how he responds. He said, "That was a good one. You won't get me again with that," or something like that. "It was a good trick. You won't get me again." But they arrest him, and they take him to court, or they give him a court date, and they actually release him, and he goes back home. And since the court date was actually on a federal holiday, they postpone it one day. And so they send him a letter, but in that letter it says, "We're going to postpone it a month." So of course he doesn't show up, and now he's
Wait, so officially they postponed it one day, but
the letter they sent him, they postponed it a month.
Okay, is that confirmed?
That's what I've heard.
Go ahead and continue, but I'm gonna look that
up. And the problem with Ruby Ridge is a lot of different conflicting accounts. It's really a mess. And that's probably because the FBI tried to cover a lot of it up, to be honest. But so in any case, he didn't get the right information. And he didn't show up for court, which makes him a fugitive in the eyes of the law. So now ATF is keeping tabs on him because they know he's still home. But the problem is they don't want to just go up and arrest him because him and his family always have rifles on their back because they live in Idaho. There's bears and whatnot. So he's he's at home with rifles. So they don't want to approach him. So they keep sneaking up on him and setting up cameras and whatnot.
So right here, let's go to reaction. Randy Weaver did not request a postponement. Instead, he received conflicting information about his court date, including a letter that erroneously listed a date approximately 1 month after the actual date. The clerical error was a key factor in his failure to appear, which led to the Ruby Ridge standoff. So it was a misdirection.
So it was originally scheduled for February 19th. Then it got changed to February 20th, but they told him March. They told him March 20th, I believe. Sorry.
Once again, this is the government lying.
Right.
Okay. So, and this is AI. This is the AI response, which is supposed to be neutral, right?
It's actually supposed to be in the government's favor, really.
Yeah. And this could not even be the whole truth, but it is giving up the fact is like he said, conflicting information about the court date, which led to his wife getting shot.
Yeah.
Because he didn't show up.
I'll try to speed through this real quick. But basically, they're sneaking on his property. And one day his son, Samuel Weaver, I believe his name, and they have a dog named Stryker, I believe. Well, anyway, Stryker sniffed these ghillie suit guys out. He's a dog, that's what they do.
Yeah.
And to avoid getting caught, the ATF agent shoots the dog. Right? Actually, it's worse than that. They were sneaking up to the cabin, and they started throwing rocks at the cabin to try to attract the dog for some reason. And so the dog comes over and sniffs them out, and they shoot it. And the boy, and he's 11, 12, he goes, "You mother effers, you shot my dog." And he starts firing at them. And then after he fires on them, he runs away, and they shoot him in the back, according to forensics, according to the, what do you call it? The dissection, what do they call that?
Damn, autopsy.
Autopsy. Thank
Yeah.
you. Look up Samuel Weaver, I believe is his name.
How old was Randy Weaver's son? Is what
14.
it says.
It just showed it.
Randy Weaver's son.
14-year-old
yeah,
son.
I was thinking 12 to 14. Yeah.
And he killed a U.S. Marshal.
Weaver's wife Vicky and his 14-year-old son. And U.S. Marshals. That was whenever he fired back.
That's whenever he fired. So it was ATF agents and U.S. Marshals. Because after the ATF was in charge of the gun thing, but after he was a fugitive, failure to appear, that's when the Marshals get involved.
Yeah.
So he fires back, and then the Marshals claimed it was like an hour-long gunfight, like thousands of rounds depleted and stuff. When really it was like he fires one shot, they fire one shot, and the kid's dead, and he's dead. Well, anyways, they also an ATF agent also goes up to Randy Weaver, and they say like Randy, drop the weapon, give it up, and he goes like F you, and he runs back to his cabin. And after a while waiting in the cabin, and the Marshals retreat, they go up and grab Sammy, and they realize he's dead. And anyways, a day after, the FBI, since a marshal died now, it's an FBI jurisdiction. They set up snipers all around the property. And there's one man named Lon Horiuchi, I believe his name. And
That doesn't sound very white.
I believe he's Korean, maybe.
He was a marshal or ATF.
He was FBI.
Oh, okay.
Because once a federal officer dies, like a marshal, it's the FBI's jurisdiction now. So, anyways, they want to check on Samuel's body, which they left in a shed behind the house. So, Randy Weaver, his friend that was on the property, I forget his name, like Harris or something. And then, Randy Weaver and his friend go out to check the barn. And as Randy is reaching up to undo the latch, Horiuchi shoots him, and he gets him right in the side, I believe, right? And so he drops. He goes, "I've hit," and his daughter rushes out, and she stands in front of him, thinking an FBI won't shoot the daughter. And so they all rush back to the door, and the door was like had a bungee cord on it, so it wouldn't stay open. Yeah. So the wife is holding it open, and as she's doing that, right as they're about to get to the door, Lon Horiuchi chambers another round, and he fires the bullet through the glass of the door right into the back of the wife's head, who is holding a baby. And then it hits his friend in the shoulder. And so and they all drop to the ground because they hear gunshots. And they all stand up except for one of them. And it's the wife.
Yeah.
And the baby's under her, suffocating. So they have to throw her off and grab the baby. And it's a whole mess. And I believe that's all the losses they had. That's all the people that died. But I mean, and after that, it's just a long standoff of them trying to calm him down, because he thinks that the second he steps out to surrender, they're going to shoot him.
Well, they just killed his son and his wife.
Yeah.
So, and honestly, it's not about the numbers in a situation like this. It's about they're an independent family. So, like you said, he wasn't violent.
He didn't do a single crime.
He wasn't starting revolt or anything.
No.
He created some sawed-off shotguns.
Yeah, but it was entrapment.
Yeah.
And I don't think it should be illegal, but it is illegal, but it was entrapment. So he was actually, in the courts, he was, I forget the name, but he was they didn't prosecute him on that because it was entrapment.
So I think the real question we have to ask people is, do we think that the ATF, FBI, U.S. Marshals were justified in their actions? And their actions are killing an unarmed woman with a baby in her hand, this is facts. Mm-hmm. Also a child, a 14-year-old boy that they provoked, and he wasn't shooting at them either, was he? The child, the son?
He did shoot at them, but he didn't know who they were. He just saw a bullet rip through his dog, and he started shooting at a bush, basically.
Yeah. Okay. So once again, are those actions justified? Should they have even been there in the first place? So this isn't a massive revolt. This isn't millions of lives lost, but it's a simple fact of, should the government have this power? If you agree that the government should have this power, then we disagree. I mean,
it's not constitutional.
Yeah, it's not constitutional. Yeah.
They violated his property rights. I believe it's unconstitutional to even prosecute people for sawing off shotguns, because I believe that's protected by the Second Amendment. Because it's a firearm, shall not be infringed. Well, what's so hard about that? Yeah. And also, it's unconstitutional to even have an ATF, because that's the executive branch, and nowhere in the Constitution does it say that executive branch can have an ATF.
And the founding fathers did say that the people should be armed more than the government, right?
Yeah.
They should have more arms than the government does.
And we actually do, believe it or not.
Really? But America, we don't have tanks. We don't have helicopters.
No, but I mean, like pure numbers. America has more guns than all the world militaries combined.
Really? But
yeah.
but excluding the American military, we're talking about citizens here.
Yes. The citizens have more weapons than the rest of the world's militaries combined.
Wow.
But that's talking about, of course, talking about small arms. When it comes to large arms like bombs and such, we don't. But it's actually brings me an interesting topic. People, and this is actually going into our other topic, the militia. People always talk about, like, of course, we all know that the Second Amendment, the purpose of it is not for hunting, not for self-defense, not for target shooting. It's to overthrow a tyrannical government.
Yeah. Well, just to make sure everyone does know that, because you never know.
Well, I can recite the words to you.
Yeah, a lot of people are uneducated, but let's just say, what is the point of the Second Amendment?
Yeah. So, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. That's the exact words there.
Okay. Let's look. The point of the Second Amendment is to protect the right of the people to keep and bear arms, serving as a safeguard for self-defense, property protection, and a check against potential government tyranny, stemming from historical traditions of citizen militias for state security, though its exact scope remains a subject of significant legal debate.
You want to check r/ask-a-liberal?
I actually would. I would love to check r/ask-a-liberal. Yeah, I'm so glad you asked that. Let's see. So this is the question. Of course, it's Reddit, so he's gonna fucking give 10 paragraphs before he questions.
Well, let's read the first one.
What is the purpose of the Second Amendment? And I'm gonna just scan through this. I was always told that the purpose of the Second Amendment was to protect us from tyranny. It's what the founding fathers supposedly intended: the right to bear arms. We can rise up. Many of the founding fathers were under the age of 35 when the Declaration of Independence was signed. Many of them became politically active. Ideals shaped by war and the rejection of monarchy. Thomas Jefferson, for example, drafted the Declaration of Independence. Well-regulated a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Edit. A lot of comments have pointed out James Madison established in his writings that the Second Amendment was about preventing the formation of a federal army, not about individual gun ownership. Before we continue, what do you think about that, James Madison?
So he's actually right. So the premise is right. The conclusion is all wrong. Okay. So the purpose of the Second Amendment, the purpose of the militia, actually is to prevent a standing army, or as he says, a
federal army.
Federal army. So the founders were against standing armies. I believe Thomas Jefferson said, I think he said something about, like, standing armies are always enemies of liberty or something like that.
But in the War of 1812, wasn't that a standing army?
Of course, yeah, it was. And so, but the founders were against it, and at that point they were mostly dead.
Oh yeah.
Or at least too old to be in politics.
Well, yeah, because when Madison said that, less than 20 years later, 1807. Oh wait, no, that's an edit. So after 1791, he declares, well-regulated militia, keep and bear arms should not be infringed. Less than 20 years later, Jefferson signed into law the Insurrection Act. This law grants the president sweeping authority to deploy the military domestically to suppress rebellion, insurrection. And this goes to that farmer rebellion, right?
The Whiskey Rebellion.
The Whiskey Rebellion, yeah. They were farmers, and they rebelled because of, what was it?
So there was a tax on whiskey, and this was proposed by Alexander Hamilton during the Washington administration. And he was Secretary of the Treasury. So basically, the idea was you had a tax on whiskey in two forms. Either you could pay per, like, liter, or like per gallon or something, or you could pay per, like, your big distiller, So the factories in the cities got really good rates because they could just pay per distiller, and it didn't harm their profits very much. The little farmers who made whiskey to, not only to drink but also to use as currency, they used it as currency, had to pay per, like, the bottle, and it, like, ruined them.
It was kind of like moonshiners, right?
Yeah, kind of. But it was legal to make whiskey, of course.
Oh, yeah.
But it just ruined them financially. And so whenever the taxmen came to collect all their tax, they tarred and feathered them. And then later, Washington comes with a militia, not a federal army, but a state militia, the Pennsylvania State Militia.
Yeah.
And they work out a compromise.
But to be fair, this guy does point out a good contradiction, and the amendment is a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms should not be infringed. Less than 20 years later, the Insurrection Act grants the president sweeping authority to deploy the military. So Jefferson said that, and then 20 years later, he said this. So
well, Jefferson, unfortunately, whenever he became president, he actually kind of changed his mind on a lot of things, from what I know. But that isn't necessarily a contradiction, in my mind, because it doesn't like get rid of the militia. It just says that the federal government can deploy the military to suppress like civil unrest, right? That's what it says. So I do think that law is unjust, but I mean that's just Jefferson was kind of a weird individual. Like, they change his mind pretty often.
I do want to read this part. I think it has a good point. So what was the what does that contradiction say about the founders? Maybe they weren't all that different from today's politicians. They spoke of liberty, but when they recognized their own power could potentially be at stake thanks to the Second Amendment, they acted to preserve control. The Insurrection Act reveals a hard truth. Even in the earliest days of the Republic, liberty and justice for all was indoctrinated in our national consciousness to establish the illusion of equality. Now here's where the liberal part comes in. Only for white men. But what I'm driving at is even then they laid the groundwork for the suppression of a nation evolving to favor the majority.
So,
do you agree with that or you disagree?
Well, there's a lot of things that he's not even taking into consideration. There's a lot of things you have to think about. One, there's good revolts and there's bad revolts, obviously. The French Revolution, terrible. I mean, putting heads on pikes and chopping people's heads off, it's terrible. Okay, that's weird. But basically, like, he wrote in a letter that that after Maximilien Robespierre, which is the leader of the Satellites, as they're called, he was the guy that oversaw all the beheadings. He was that guy.
Okay.
After he died, he was beheaded himself. Thomas Jefferson actually said, "I rejoice in the ending of Robespierre's reign of terror," and all this sort of stuff, right? So he liked the French Revolution, but what he didn't like was all the violence he saw, and he was definitely against that. So I guess his mindset was, after seeing that, it kind of changed him, where he's like, well, now I'm president, what if they try to behead me? And so I don't think it's contradictory in some sense. I just think that they were trying to put down bad revolutions.
But you gotta say, and this is kind of what we were talking about earlier, off screen, whereas, we are just men, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what I think is wrong may not be what you think is wrong, and vice versa. So when Thomas Jefferson, like you said, thought that, well, what if they behead me? Well, what if? Isn't that what you did during the actual revolution? You thought that the 3% tax was wrong, and you thought that Britain was doing you wrong in all these different ways, and you had a bloody war and fought for independence. And now what is it that another group of people thinks that you're doing them wrong? So the whole point of, like, it feels like they're trying to stop an endless succession of revolutions.
Right? Stop the spiral, yeah.
But at the same time, if you follow exactly their original message, it kind of like, I mean, if people feel like they're being wronged and they're citizens, they should have the right to,
I think, mainly I think that what somebody says after 20 years doesn't change what they said originally. Like, it's not a contradiction. People change their minds.
Yeah, but at least the way that on r/askrealible, at least the way he worded it, it is pretty convincing.
I want to see the comments.
I want to get there too. Real quick, was the Second Amendment ever truly a purist safeguard against tyranny, or rather intended as a rhetorical tool? One designed to give the people a sense of agency while maintaining a political and economic status quo that benefited America's original elite, the politicians, landowners, and wealthy class. In the end, maybe the Founding Fathers weren't building a system to keep us free us from kings, but one that simply divided their power amongst a ruling class, all while giving us just enough to maintain the illusion they designed the best system possible.
I don't know, this sounds pretty communist to me. This is what I expect from r/askaliberal, but
yeah,
it seems like he's trying to paint a narrative, and he's starting from the conclusion that Founding Fathers were bad, which a lot of liberals start from. And he's trying to say, well, if these two things contradict each other, then it shows how bad they were, but I think they just changed their mind, was what happened.
I mean, you could be right, but honestly, to me, it sounds like he's thought about it a lot, and he's asking a genuine question. Right? And so, obviously, he's gotten plenty of answers, 260 to be exact, but I would like to, it seems like he's asking a genuine question, so I'm trying to give him a genuine answer. And for this, just the last bit of his question, hell, he didn't have to add that. If they didn't design, that means he's frustrated. If they didn't design the best system possible, why let us keep guns? Because they knew the average person wouldn't be able to access legislation, and today they adapted to the access granted to us by the internet by keeping new legislation as complicated and long as possible. That way the average person either is unable to understand it or find the time while working 50 hours a week to read it. They knew everybody would remember the Second Amendment while forgetting the Insurrection Act, and they were right. Would you agree with that? Or do you think people are just uneducated nowadays? And I mean, it seems that
if they didn't design the best system possible, why let us keep? What is that saying?
Well, okay, so in the best
confused.
in the best system possible, in an ideal world, should guns even exist? In an ideal world?
In an ideal world, should penicillin exist? I mean, so it's kind of a weird question.
No, I agree with you here. And that's where the logic is flawed, right? But I do say that I think that I'd have to research it, but he brought up a good contradiction. And I
don't think it's a contradiction. I think they just changed their mind. A contradiction would be like if in 1807 he said the people need to keep and bear arms against tyranny, and then in 1807 he said, actually, the federal government needs to put down all these rebellions. That'd be a contradiction.
Yeah.
He says, look, less than 20 years later, so hold on, let's see. Can you scroll up a little bit?
Yeah. Something like 18 years later, something like that.
Let's see. Hold on. 1971 or 1791. I mean 16 years. So it's 16 years later. That's plenty of time to change your mind on an issue. I don't think it's contradictory at all.
Yes, I agree that people can definitely change their minds. But on something like this, where the Second Amendment, which is something that, you agree is probably like the most important thing,
yeah,
right?
It's the most important.
Besides the First Amendment.
No, it's more important.
Then why isn't the Second Amendment the First Amendment?
I don't know.
I feel like the First Amendment or the Second Amendment is in place to keep the First Amendment in place.
Yeah.
Right?
So it's most important.
Technically, yeah, because it's not an ideal world. I agree with you there. What I'm saying, though, is from my perspective, this is honestly the first time I've ever heard about the Insurrection Act, besides like maybe in middle school or something, but not
I've heard about it, but
not really known about it, But if this is really true, what he says, this law grants the president sweeping authority to deploy the military domestically to suppress rebellion. That is completely against what the founding fathers stand for, and that's what Jefferson did.
The president before him, John Adams, signed the Alien and Sedition Act, which said if you say anything contrary to the government, you can be deported or arrested.
Do you agree with that?
No, of course not. But he did that.
But he's also, see what I'm saying? So that's what he's saying is that what does this contradiction say about the founders? So he's bringing up the insurrection, but also that is a good point.
That's not contradictory at all. John Adams believed that. He didn't believe that you should be.
Did he believe that whenever they were fighting for rebellion?
Yes.
Okay.
He was that kind of. He's a Federalist. He was that kind of guy. Now Thomas Jefferson, I believe he's wrong there. I don't think he should be able to do that, but I think he just changed his mind.
Okay.
It's historically, Thomas Jefferson, when he first started getting into politics, he was a loyalist.
Yeah.
I do that, and then he became a very stark revolutionary. Then he believed in the French Revolution, and then I guess he kind of, whenever he got old, he kind of believed some other things. He changed his mind.
Last question, before we look at the comments of this, just for a little fun, Do you think Jefferson was right by passing the Insurrection Act?
No.
Do you think the Insurrection Act is constitutional?
No. I don't, well... Yes, it is, yeah.
To give the president sweeping authority to suppress rebellion, insurrection, or civil unrest?
It depends on what they mean by civil unrest, but to suppress rebellion, yes, that is constitutional. Because rebellion is whenever you, like for example, we stormed the White House and try to take it over. Mm-hmm. That's rebellion. That's not allowed. Secession is allowed. There's a nuance there.
Yeah.
But so... Sweeping authority to deploy them domestically to suppress rebellion. Yeah, that is constitutional.
Okay. All right. Yeah, no.
I don't think it's right, but I do think it is constitutional.
And I understand what you're saying. I just wanted to hear your opinion. Now, let's go through these comments just for some fun. So, the number one comment is by Eric.
Pretty good one, actually.
So, the original question was, what is the point of...
Actually, it's a bad one.
What is the purpose of the Second Amendment? And he said, to quickly raise a militia in case of invasion, which would be much less helpful these days. I don't think that is the point of the Second Amendment.
That's a point of it, but that's not the main point.
Yeah.
It says the security of a free state. So that includes from outside influence and from inside influence.
And
he was disagreed with. Not just invasion. A militia is often used for many things, like establishing order during a disaster.
Yeah, like Hurricane Katrina. Yeah. But also,
do we want to get into Hurricane Katrina?
No, but
maybe next time.
Here's an interesting one. This one by Ocean Breeze 871. The top reply, which was solved by the National Guard and Reserves. This is pretty interesting. The National Guard actually is our militia, believe it or not. So in legal terms, we have the regulated militia and the unregulated militia.
Yeah.
The regulated militia is the National Guard. That's what it is. So it's actually is considered a militia. The unregulated militia is any male. Females are not included, unfortunately, or fortunately. I'm not gonna make a point of that, but females are not included. So it's any male. This is legally any male aged, I believe, what is it?
18 through 35.
No,
right? Oh.
I think it's 17. Yeah, 17 through 45.
Okay.
Who is able-bodied and a citizen or was born here. That's the qualification. So that's the unregulated militia. Where did I go with that? So there actually is National Guard actually is a militia, but there's also the unregulated militia. And actually, but weirdly enough, we're not considered a militia because we live in Texas. For some reason, Texas gutted their unregulated militia. I don't know why.
What do you mean gutted?
Like they went to redefine the law because like state laws also changed a little bit. Like in California, it's 18 to 45 or something like that.
Yeah.
So Texas, they went to redefine the law, I guess, and they took away all the qualifications for unregulated militia, but they never put a new one in. So there is no qualifications, meaning there is no unregulated militia.
Now, do you think, whenever the founding fathers were speaking of militia, do you think they were speaking of regulated or unregulated?
Well, both, but here's just a good example. George Mason, who was a very influential founding father, also very not well known, but very influential. He said that the militia. This is right. This is like during the constitutional debates. This is when this was written.
Yeah.
He says the militia is now the entire people.
Okay.
So he believed everybody was a militia.
So yeah, everyone. Yeah, the right to bear arms. It's a citizen. It's to protect. Okay. So what I'm saying, a regulated militia. If the militia is regulated, it's not going to protect against government tyranny. It's regulated by the government.
Right. So that's more for like putting away like what it was designed to be. I'm saying that's what it is now. Like in Washington times, like we talk about the Whiskey Rebellion, the army he had wasn't a federal army. It was actually a regulated militia from Pennsylvania. So it was used to put down a rebellion.
Yeah.
So that's pretty interesting.
Do you think the Whiskey Rebellion was justified? Do you think the way they went about shutting it down was unconstitutional?
No, I think they reached a compromise, which is what they should have done.
Didn't like they kill them?
No.
Oh.
Not a single shot was fired. Washington went as president, went out there himself, and they reached a compromise.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm thinking of a different rebellion.
You might be thinking of Shays Rebellion, but I don't know.
Yeah, Shays Rebellion.
I don't know much about it actually.
Yeah, I learned about that in school a lot, and it really interested me because it seemed to go against everything, and it's just. Shays Rebellion, it was a farmers' rebellion. They were farmers and...
Well, Whiskey Rebellion was also farmers, so...
Yeah, but they were shot down.
Okay.
They were put down,
Is that Washington?
Let's look it up real quick. Why not?
Okay.
Shays Rebellion. Let's see what AI has to say about it.
It's right there.
I was finished typing it. Shays Rebellion. Let's see. What is... What is...
1787, so I think that would have been Washington.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, it was under the Articles of Confederation, wasn't it even?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Shays Rebellion,
yeah.
That's right. It was an armed uprising by indebted, so they were in debt. Many of them Revolutionary War veterans protesting high taxes, harsh debt collection, and economic hardship under the Articles of Confederation. Now, I know a common argument is like, well, those were the Articles of Confederation. It wasn't perfect yet, right, or whatever. But were they wrong for that? Because everything they fought for to leave Britain was high taxes, debt, economic hardship, and they ended up facing the same thing.
I don't know. There's a lot of nuanced issues here, but I do think the people always have, well, not always, but I think they do have a right to revolt.
Yeah.
And they have a right to revolt whenever.
But the government has a right to put them down too.
It depends, really.
Only the strong survive, is what you're saying, or
the Constitution says the government has the right to put down insurrections, is the word it uses. Like an insurrection is like a coup or like an armed takeover of DC.
Yeah.
That's what that means.
So it kind of feels like there's some contradictions.
No, because what it supports is secession. So like this, for example, is not insurrection because they never take over the capital. This is just them rebelling against high taxes, and they never insurrect.
So why didn't the government just like let them kind of separate?
Well, they can't just let them like kill people. Which I'm not sure if they did, but I mean.
I don't think they did. No, they were just upset, and it literally says protesting. They were Revolutionary War veterans, dog. They fought the Brits. They were with George Washington.
Yeah, I get you.
Well, it says they were protesting because of high taxes, harsh debt collection, and economic hardship. Now we can read into it a little further. Let's say, did the people in Sherry's rebellion kill people? Oops, shats. Kill people. Well, yeah, of course people... See, that's the problem with AI. Yes, people died during Shays Rebellion, primarily when state militia fired cannons loaded with grape shot at the rebels at the Springfield Armory, killing 4 Shayites and wounding about 20 others. However, the rebellion was mostly non-violent, with the rebels succeeding through intimidation to shut down courts and only resorting to armed confrontation at the armory.
Well, that's good.
So it seems like they were, I mean, they were there. They fought against the Brits. It seems like they had a good idea of what the founding fathers wanted, but it didn't agree. It didn't agree.
But again,
with.
This is the state militia, not the federal government. That's a good thing to. To focus on.
Yeah, it's nuanced because it was the Articles of Confederation.
And it was a state militia. Yeah. Same as the Whiskey Rebellion. It was still a state militia.
Yeah. Well, that's something to think about, guys. Let's move on. Real quick, let's hit that nullification and secession you're talking about. We've kind of already brushed over it, and then we're going to hit it hard on the Trump administration.
Okay.
What do you want to tell everybody about nullification?
So, we all know what secession is. We'll just cover that real quickly. Secession is the idea that under the 10th Amendment specifically, the states have a right to leave the Union. Mm-hmm. And this is obvious.
Wasn't that removed after the Civil War, though? Yeah,
so in Texas v. White is the Supreme Court case where our right to secede was removed. But even if a Supreme Court decision is unconstitutional, the people have a right to ignore it. So, and the 10th Amendment does grant, I went over it earlier when you're out of the room, but the 10th Amendment does grant us the right to secede. Because basically, just real quickly, it says that anything that the Constitution says the states can't do, they can't do, but anything it doesn't mention, they can do. And it doesn't mention secession, so they can do it. Now, obviously the Founding Fathers would support this because they just seceded from Britain and made their own government. Yeah. So, of course, they would support the states seceding, that's obvious. And also, when the Constitution was ratified, it was the states saying, we consent to this new form of government. The Constitution did not create the states. The states created the Constitution. Yeah. So if they created it, they have a right to leave it. Right? So secession is a right. We've cleared that. Nullification is an interesting one. This is a very old legal concept. I know it at least comes from like 1832 with the nullification crisis of South Carolina during Andrew Jackson's presidency, where John C. Calhoun, who was at the time the vice president, but a while before he became vice president, he wrote an anonymous paper where he argued for nullification. And he was also a senator from South Carolina, all these different kinds of things. And later, during Andrew Jackson's presidency, he laid a tariff that unfairly impacted rural farming communities. So the South was impacted more. So South Carolina nullified the tariff. And we're about to show the definition here.
Nullification is the act of declaring a law or official decision invalid, void, or ineffective, most famously in American politics as the theory that states can void federal laws they deem unconstitutional, like you said, though this concept is legally contentious.
And we'll get to jury nullification in a second, but so let's go ahead and...
Yeah. Go ahead. I got it. Just keep talking.
So, they nullified the tariff, saying it unfairly affected them and it was unconstitutional. They believe Congress didn't have the right to lay tariffs on the states. So Andrew Jackson famously got really mad, kind of accused John C. Calhoun of being a traitor almost, and then threatened to use the military on South Carolina. But eventually they did reach a compromise. No military was used, but he threatened it. He had a temper on him. But eventually they did reach a compromise. But nullification happens all the time. Usually not by name, because it's kind of when you say that, like, people kind of look at you funny, you know? Just because it's, like, historically looked down upon.
Yeah.
But, like, for example, the most recent example I know of is in Texas in, like, 2021, 2022, around there, where we put up, I'm sure you remember this, we put up razor wire on our southern border on the Rio Grande.
When was that?
Like, a few years ago, like 2023, 2024, around there.
During Biden?
Yeah.
Really?
We put up razor wire, and we had, like, some buoys out there that did something. But we put up razor wire specifically was the issue along the Rio Grande, like on the bank, to stop anybody from crossing. And the Biden administration got really mad at us and said, you have to take that down, you know? And we just said, no. And I know you want to talk about Greg Abbott on here, and I know we're both not fans of him. But that's one, like, really good thing he did, is he stood up to Biden. And he actually said, we're going to keep this barbed wire, or razor wire. And we did. And that was a pretty interesting example of nullification. Where we said, we have the right to defend our own borders as a state, and so you telling us not to is unconstitutional, so we're keeping the razor wire up.
Well, I can agree there. That is a good, something good.
Yeah.
I think even a blind squirrel can find a nut every once in a while.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
So, but nullification is one of the great things that state legislatures can do to really benefit America, because the federal government all the time tries to get their hands into everything and really just tries to ruin this country, it seems.
Yeah. So
the more state governments can respect the will of their people by saying, we refuse this, we're nullifying it, it's now null and void, that'll really help the people. But that's kind of, we sped through that. So you want to move on to jury nullification?
Sure, if you want to hit that real quick,
we'll
because
move on.
that's kind of a part of number 6 anyways.
Yeah.
I think we should focus on the Trump administration.
Right after this.
Yeah.
So jury nullification.
Jury nullification. Let's pull this back up. Go ahead.
All right. So jury nullification. You want to read that?
Yeah. It can also refer to jury nullification, where a jury refuses to convict, or the general cancellation of an effect, like a penalty nullifying a score in sports. I don't know.
Try this one down. Hold on.
Let's look up jury nullification definition.
That's a weird one.
Yeah, it was kind of like a half-ass. Jury nullification is when a jury acquits a defendant despite believing they broke the law, essentially nullifying the law by refusing to apply it because they find it unjust, unfairly applied, or believe the punishment is too harsh, acting as a check on government power and reflecting community conscience. While not a formal legal right, it's a historical feature of American justice, seen in cases against slave catchers or for Prohibition-era offenses, though judges usually don't inform juries of this power, and discussing it can lead to dismissal from jury duty. Wow.
Yeah.
That last part's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's true. And they actually did used to, as far as I know, they did used to inform juries about this up until like 50 years ago, I think. But that's just something I heard in the video, honestly. But it used to be a much more common thing, I do know. And basically the idea, like I said, like it just said, that a jury, if it finds a law unjust, can say a defendant, the person accused, is not guilty, even if he's obviously guilty of the law. But just because it's unjust, they'll say he's free to go. And so this is a way of, like I said, checking unjust federal power or even state power. And so this is one of those things that, like, it really ties into what we can do to change the system.
Yeah.
Because
knowing your power.
Yeah, right.
You got to know your power.
Now, one thing you don't want to do is if you ever get on jury duty, don't mention jury nullification, because like I said, that will get you dismissed from jury duty.
See, but I actually want to talk about that. I hope I'm not interrupting you, but isn't that like extreme corruption?
That's insane. Yeah.
How have we allowed that? The fact that
if you go on if you're admitted to a jury, and you say, I'm not going to vote guilty for laws that I think are unjust, and they kick you out, that's insane.
Yeah.
I mean, absolutely insane.
I mean, you can have bad opinions too, but you should still have the right to do that.
Right. And really, what it is, it's actually is very unconstitutional because it says a jury of your peers. Well, that's not a jury of your peers. That's a jury of the peers selected by the state.
Yeah.
I mean, they're selecting.
And we all know juries are not randomly selected oftentimes.
Mhm.
Oftentimes they're very...
They pick and choose.
Yeah.
And
Which is also unconstitutional.
Yeah. And what they're doing is really they're selecting jurors that they know will vote guilty, basically. Because if it's obvious some guy did a law or did a crime, even if the crime's unconstitutional, the law's unconstitutional.
Well, it's just like, I mean, this is an example that I think a lot of people can understand. During civil rights, whenever a black man was convicted of a crime, they would get a bunch of people that were obviously very pro Jim Crow to convict that person.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's an example from like more the leftist side of thing, you know.
Now, but to be honest,
but that happens everywhere else too.
Here is there's a little bit of nuance in that, which that definitely did happen, but also a lot of those civil rights cases happened in the South, and a lot of people in the South were pro-segregation. So of course, a jury of peers is generally going to be pro-segregation.
Yeah, true.
Another example is Jefferson Davis, who was the president of the Confederacy. After the war, he was captured, and he was charged with treason.
Yeah.
But they never tried him for it because they knew they had to try him in the South, and they knew they'd never be able to stick it because all the Southerners would say he's not guilty.
Yeah. Because they knew their power about jury nullification.
Mm-hmm. But now they can get around it.
But what's another example? Like, what's the most recent example of jury nullification? Like in like big world stage, you know what I mean?
I don't know the biggest or the recent example, most recent. But one example that I know of happened pretty recently in Louisiana. And this is kind of a form of jury nullification, but not like formally jury nullification. Where basically a man had his third strike of carrying weed. Only an ounce, but he had his third strike, so he got a very harsh sentence. That's what happens when you get your third strike in Louisiana.
Yeah.
So he had like up to 10 years in prison for an ounce.
Yeah.
And so whenever they went to ask jurors, you know, they started asking these questions like, you know, just asking questions to try to filter them out. Basically, everybody said, I'm not going to vote guilty for this guy because I think the punishment's too harsh. That's a form of jury nullification, even though they never even got on the jury. And what ended up happening is the man got acquitted because they couldn't find anybody to be on the jury. They couldn't find enough people.
That's an example of people using their power. Now, I know how you feel about weed.
Yeah, I don't think that... I think he should have been punished. Maybe not 10 years, but he should have been punished. But I do like that the people were able to do that.
First of all, just to clarify, was this weed for personal use? Or was this weed selling, distributing?
It was an ounce, so probably for personal use.
Yeah.
But
do you really think...
It was his third strike. I mean, he should have learned.
I agree that it's illegal, yeah, but you got to think. Moonshining was illegal. Do you think that people that moonshined deserved to go to jail?
No.
Because it was unconstitutional, right? So you think that people have the right to drink, people should also have the right to smoke?
I don't think that. I think alcohol is morally okay. I don't think weed is. So.
What makes you think that? I don't want to get into it too hard, but I do want to know what makes you think that. Because
first of all, the Bible supports alcohol, so that's easy.
Well, you got to think though. The Bible supports enjoying wine or a glass of wine for an upset stomach. It doesn't support drunkenness.
I don't support drunkenness.
But
here's one
people
thing.
have the right to get drunk.
Yes.
So people should have the right to get high. And you do have to look at, from a worldly perspective...
Well, okay...
real quick. From a worldly perspective, the statistics, alcohol is more likely to have negative effects.
Well, okay, do people have the right to take LSD?
I think so.
Do people have the right to take mushrooms?
I think so.
Like psilocybin?
I think so.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. It's pretty crazy, though.
I think it is crazy, and I think that it is a free country.
What about meth? Assuming they don't harm anybody but themselves, do they have a right to that?
Where do we draw the line? It's a good question. I see what you're trying to do here, and the way I see it is meth used to be legal. Truckers used to buy it at gas stations, right? And then science came to a point where, like, hey, we realized, like, this is not good.
Mm-hmm.
So science agrees, even the general population agrees, like, yo, maybe we shouldn't do this, right? So when everyone agrees as a whole, we shouldn't do this, then, yeah, meth should be illegal. Right?
I agree that...
And same as where meth clearly ruins lives. You know, not only does it just ruin your teeth and ruin your social skills and just everything and make you a junkie, right?
Mm-hmm.
Same with heroin, Same with super hard drugs. Those are also man-made, you know?
Well, hold on. So I agree that if a state comes out and says, first of all, I believe that the federal government should not make weed illegal, or already is. I think they should make it legal again.
Okay.
I don't believe the federal government has the right to say that.
Yeah.
I also believe that states, if they wish, should be allowed to legalize weed.
But states should also be allowed to not make it legal?
Yeah, and I think my state, I would hope that they make it illegal. That's what I'm saying. I just don't want my state to have it because I don't like it. that's really it.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's healthy. I think it lowers your testosterone. I think it makes you lazy.
Alcohol.
Yeah, but specifically, I think it's worse. Honestly, I know you said that alcohol is worse, but I think back when men drank, society's a lot better. Now that men smoke, it's a lot worse. So it makes you lazy. It makes you eat junk food. I mean, it's like it smells bad.
I gotta say, man, I get what you're saying, but I don't think correlation equals causation. I'm sure you've heard that before.
Mm-hmm.
So you say back when weed wasn't a thing and men only drank, society was better.
Mm-hmm.
But what you're not realizing is, and let me fact check myself, but I'm gonna say this.
I'm not saying weed didn't exist, but it was not popular.
Maybe not popular, but people grew hemp.
That's not weed.
Hemp in Revolutionary Era. And
It's used for ropes, man.
yes, but hemp is a vital part of the weed plant, right? And so do you think they only used it for hemp, or do you think they smoked too?
I don't think they did.
Okay, let's look at this. Now, obviously this could be biased, but did people smoke weed during Revolutionary Era? See. All right. And also, before we get into this, I want to say, ancient Greece, people used weed. Ancient cultures, people did use weed. It's something that, it's not man-made is what I'm saying. It's been around for a long time. Should it be taboo? Should it not be? That's debatable. Should it be legal? I think so. I think so. It should be treated just like alcohol in the sense of where any responsible person, the difference is like you can be responsible with alcohol and absolutely no faults happen, right?
Mm.
And same thing with weed. You can, and also, but you can be irresponsible with alcohol, and you're looking at at crashing into a car full of children.
Mm.
You're looking at, domestic abuse. You're looking at all these different things. One thing about weed is you aren't looking at those things. You are looking at
it does impair your driving, and actually it can cause like domestic abuse and things because some people get paranoid from it.
Well, it should be illegal to drive under the influence of anything.
Mm-hmm.
But does the federal government have a right to that?
No, but the state governments do, and I think my state should make it illegal or keep it illegal. I think it already is, but.
Oops. Real quick, I do want to read this. Yes, people likely, no, not confirmed, people likely used cannabis, marijuana, or hashish during the Revolutionary Era, though it wasn't mainstream in America as it became in the 19th century. Founding fathers grew hemp for textiles, Washington, but recreational use was known in Europe and later became popular in U.S. cities by the 1800s, suggesting awareness and some use during the late 1700s. So it's been around for a long time.
Yeah.
It's in ancient cultures.
Another thing is the weed back then, and even the weed in like the 80s is nothing like the weed we have now. That's for sure.
I agree there. And it's
here's
just
the
like
other thing.
alcohol too. You used to have your homemade wine that you literally stomped the grapes yourself, and fermented it yourself. And now it's full of sulfites and sulfates.
Yeah, I don't think people should be drinking
chemicals.
buzzballs,
Buzzball, exactly, right? So,
here's what I'm saying. I think weed is a social contagion. I don't think it's good for society. That's mainly why I don't think it should be legal.
But you think alcohol is?
I think alcohol. Well, I mean, the Lord supported it, so.
The Lord supported having a glass of wine.
The Lord drank wine.
The Lord drank. The Lord didn't get drunk though.
I don't support drunkenness.
So you can also enjoy a little bit of weed without getting stoned.
Well, a little bit of weed makes you high though.
A glass of wine also elevates you. It makes you a little more social, a little more. It's enjoy. See what I mean? It's kind of like it's a gray area, and I don't think.
I just don't think it's good for society. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, I understand. I do. I don't think it should be up to the government to decide.
I'll put it this way:
what people do in their free time.
I think all drugs, including alcohol. I'd rather that all drugs, including alcohol, be banned than all drugs be legal. I'd rather that alcohol and tobacco, alcohol and weed be banned then them both be legal.
Wouldn't that go against the Constitution, though?
I mean, according to the states.
According to the states. Okay.
All right, so you want to move on to Trump?
Yeah, let's move on, man. Let me just get back on this. Yeah, so what exactly do you...
Sorry, real quick, I'm going to take another leak.
You're good, bro. I got some kolaches I'm finna snack on.
Oh, yeah. You better give me one of those.
You can have one. You can have one.
All right.
Cheers, guys. Cheers. Happy New Year's. Damn, that's good. Woo! I'm not even sure which flavor this is. I got one cherry, one strawberry, one raspberry. They're all red. So, I don't know, you know, but they're good. Kolaches. Or, are these kolaches? They're Czechoslovakian or whatever. Cream cheese and fruit. Really good though. But yeah, guys, it's been quite a stream. We're about to get into the Trump administration, specifically the second administration. I'm going to wait for him to really get into it, but we got a lot to say, so stay tuned. One thing I want to say, guys, is we've gotten into it, you know. But one thing I want to bring up is everything we've talked about, and I don't mean to save one for Trinity.
Save one for me, man.
I got 3 of them. You think I'm gonna eat all of them? You're crazy. That's funny though. But one thing I want to talk about. This information isn't necessarily easily accessible, right? A lot of people don't know about pretty much anything we've talked about. And
Yeah,
it's
nobody knows about jury nullification. Nobody knows about nullification itself.
a lot of Americans don't even know the Constitution. Even myself included. He knows more about the Constitution
I've read it like 5 times.
than I do.
Yeah.
I mean, I've read it, you know, but like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like, and I think we need to, as a society, try a little harder, basically. And also it comes down to, now we're going to get on my list for a second. GOYSLOP.
GOYSLOP, man.
Distractions.
The bread and circus.
Bread and circus, yes. So you go on Instagram, and I mean, it's when George Floyd died, you saw a bunch of memes. You saw a bunch of memes about George Floyd. And me personally, I don't think it's cool to make fun of a dead person. You see the same thing on the other side with Charlie Kirk. I also don't think that's cool. And not only are you completely ignoring the whole reason why it happened and just everything in general, and like trying to get to the bottom of things, all you're doing is making fun of it, right? There's also a certain level of desensitization to everything. Every day we wake up, especially if you do know a little something, like me or like him, or like just, you know something, you just hear more and more shit every day. Like, yeah, your government doesn't care about you. Your government is stealing your tax dollars. And, you know, I mean, it's just day after day.
They will shoot your dog and your kid and your wife.
They will shoot your dog and your kids and your wife. They will go to war with have a conflict in Venezuela, even though we have no right to do that, and we totally shouldn't mess with them at all. We shouldn't mess with anyone. You know, it's just on and on and on and on. Pretty much doing everything except, like, the exact opposite of what they should do, you know? And you keep hearing this and hearing this and hearing this. And it's great that we're in the age of information, that people can hear about this, but it's also important that we kind of realize that we're all getting a little desensitized to it. Like me personally, I wake up, I go take a poop, I get on my phone, and I see like, oh, another 10,000 children dead. You know, like another $1 billion missing.
Here's a video of a giant conservative activist getting shot in the neck.
Exactly, just crazy shit all the time.
Some kid showed me that in the middle of my speech class. I mean, it's insane.
Or another school shooting, or just anything, right? Just like consistently more and more shit, and it's making us desensitized because we hear about it and like, yeah, it sucks, but we don't do anything about it. So it's really important to start taking action, I think. Now, it doesn't mean revolt. That means, like we said, take action in the sense of let's try to make a change anywhere we can. So spread the word. Go to your local government and try to make changes there. Just write letters, like he said.
If I
do
could
something.
name the 4 things that if every citizen did, America would be 100 times better right now.
Go ahead.
Go to church, or read your Bible,
Mm-hmm.
right? Read books about history, the Constitution, even keep up with modern political events, but especially history. Buy and be trained in firearms, okay? And then the 4th one would be get involved in your local, state government, and local and state governments. Know about what's going on in Congress, send emails about it. Those are the 4 things, and it's really not that much stuff you have to do. I mean, maybe you have to spend some money on a gun, you have to spend some time training, you'll spend some time reading. But I mean, how much time do you spend scrolling, that you could replace with this?
Yeah.
Those are 4 things, and they're really not asking that much, all things considered. And America would be almost like 100 times better if we just did those 4 things every day.
If everyone was more educated?
Both that, and also if we train with weapons, because the one thing the government fears most is an armed populace.
Yeah, well, one thing I will say, 14 million hunters went into the woods this year for deer season. Now, I could be wrong, but from what I've seen, I haven't seen a single shooting from deer season. So these 14 million people with guns, and maybe say 12 million or 10 million, because in Texas, or in certain counties across the country, it's bows only, but mostly it's guns. People are going into the woods with guns, killing a deer, getting the meat with people, and not shooting them, right? So what makes that happen but schools and churches and different places just all over the country getting shot up? I don't think guns are the problem. I think it's more of a cultural issue. I think it's, first of all, not even realizing what guns are for, and second of all, not being educated properly and not being raised properly. I feel like in this generation, especially Gen Z, we grew up very sheltered, right? Because obviously every generation wants the generation after them to grow up better than they did. Unfortunately, we've come to the point, what you don't realize is a rich family who has a rich kid and passes all their money down just like nothing to that kid, well, that kid will eventually lose all of it. That fortune will dwindle. You can't just be given everything. And in this age of information, with our phones and just the modern age, we are given everything. And it takes serious self-discipline to not fall into the modernity of everything. And the easiness.
There's also the other side of the extreme, which recently Simon Cowell, I'm sure we all know who that guy is. Simon Cowell, he recently said that that whenever he dies, he won't be giving a cent of his money to his son. He has millions of dollars. He won't be giving a cent to his son. Like, why did you make it then? What was the point if not to pass it on? What are you going to do with it, I think he says he's going to give it all to charity, but what about your own son? You care about some people in Africa over your own son? That's insane.
Well, yeah, that's the other extreme. It should be raise your son right, and he'll be able to handle the money.
Right.
Or if you're still worried about it, have a fucking account set up where it gives him a little bit at a time.
Right.
You know what I mean? That those are options, right? But regardless, it's just the fact of it is we're given everything in the modern world, and it's ruining us. And it used to be life was hard, and life is still hard in a lot of ways. But it used to be life was genuinely hard. Like, you had to fight to survive, and that created people that could survive straight up. Now we're given everything, and unless you have self-discipline and you're able to discipline yourself and not be a fool, I don't know how to. You have to educate yourself. Right. You have to be self-disciplined. You should be working out. You should be reading. These are things and you don't have to do that to technically live in today's time, but you should try to be the best person you possibly can. That's the only way we're going to make it, if we all agree that, hey, in this modern world, we have to be more disciplined. We have to be better.
You know, it used to be in the past, like, man, we're like, you know, you're a dad, and you're like, or you're a, you know, a husband, and you're a man of the household, and you're like, man, we're really struggling. We better get some kids so they can work on this farm. We work in the factory.
True.
Now it's like, man, we're really struggling. How are we going to afford kids?
Yeah.
We could never have kids in this economy.
Yeah.
You know?
That's another good
And
point.
that's a terrible viewpoint, because then you'll never have kids, because the economy's probably not going to get better.
And you can't blame them for that
Right.
too much,
it is
because
a terrible mindset.
it's
though.
mostly that's mostly a brainwashing thing, in my opinion.
And
The
I
government
get it
the
comes
government
from a-
wants that they want you to think that you shouldn't have children. We can't afford it. Blah blah blah. The government, like, they want to reduce the population. I hope you guys know
Because they're going to
that.
replace them with foreigners who will do whatever they want.
Not well, yeah, but also just, I mean, Bill Gates TED Talk, look it up, talking about the world population is up to 7 trillion, and we're looking at 9 trillion in 20 years. Hopefully, we can reduce that by 20% if we do a really good job with vaccines. He said that word for word.
And, you know,
Using vaccines to control population. Swear to God, look that shit up.
and it's not even that they care about the world population. Like, they don't care about that, really. What they care about
Control.
is control, and
Yeah.
it's you know, the great replacement. They want to
Yeah.
replace America with foreigners. I mean, they do. It's just what it is.
Well,
Because
yeah, I
foreigners
mean-
won't revolt. Foreigners will pay their taxes. Foreigners will, you know, work these jobs. They're easy to control.
That's what you're saying. H1. You know what I learned about H1B visas? I knew it wasn't good because, one, it is taking jobs from Americans, but also when you're an H1B, meaning you come from, specifically during the Trump administration, India, China, Korea, places that are very computer and tech advanced, right? You come from there to America to work for a company, and you get an H1B visa. You are enslaved to that company. If you leave that company, your visa is revoked. So that is easily controllable labor. You're not allowed to leave. You know what I mean? As an American, you are able to say, I don't like this company. I'm going to apply for this other company and see if I get this one. They are not allowed to do that. That's the easily controllable labor we're talking about. And that's what we're trying to avoid here. That's the problem with H1Bs. It's they're getting paid, but they're not allowed to leave. That's slave labor, you know, and they shouldn't be getting those visas at all. They should be working in their country and doing the best they possibly can. I mean, it's like stuff like this. I don't know. I was gonna say something else. I forgot, but.
And, you know, one thing I wanted to talk about, so now we're on the Trump administration. I wanted to talk about ICE because we brought it up earlier. ICE, like we said, it only has 500,000, and that's the most, liberal estimates, not, politically, but, the biggest estimates is 500,000.
Yeah.
That's from, I believe, the Department of Security or something like that, right? It's a White House department. So, and this is what they're claiming, 500,000. That's including self-deportations, which I say that in quotes, self-deportations, because self-deportations are just leaving until a Democrat gets in office. That's really what they are.
Yeah.
They're just leaving, and then the second, a Kamala Harris or a Gavin Newsom wins, let's jump back in. Let's go back. That's what self-deportation is. They're not deporting themselves. They're just leaving. They're on vacation in Mexico or someplace. Really? So anyways, but 500,000. There are millions in this country that were let in just the past 5 years. Never mind Obama. Never mind Bill Clinton. Never mind Reagan even. There are just millions just in the past 5 years that have been let in.
Yeah.
And we have 500,000. The way Trump's going, we'll get what? 2 million.
Yeah.
That's
I
nothing.
want to say this. I want to go over the Trump administration's promises.
Real quick. Sorry, I want to talk about ICE again.
Well, I was going to get into that.
Oh, go ahead.
For sure. I just want to say, first of all, at least from my perspective, Trump's biggest promise was the Epstein files. During his campaign, he's like, people cared about the Epstein files. That was a big part of it. And he promised to release them. And as soon as he gets elected,
Now we're morons.
Jeffrey Epstein, no one cares about him.
You're a moron if you care about him.
You're a moron if you care about him. I don't want your support if you care about the Epstein files. Bunch of shit,
You won't
right?
get it.
Unbelievable gaslighting. Okay. Second of all, the immigration policies, right? So people will disagree on this. I personally think that legal immigration is great. We are a multicultural country, and we should have legal immigration. I think that's great. I think there should be limitations to that because every country in existence has had limitations and preserved a certain level of the original people.
And he ran on America First. What's
Yeah.
America First about H-1B, about replacing American workers with Indian workers,
Exactly.
Chinese workers?
Yeah.
What's America First about taking Chinese? First of all, the Chinese hate us; they're communists. They hate America.
Yeah.
What's so America First about taking Chinese students and putting them in like Harvard, which he did that, and other top Ivy League schools. What if I wanted to go to Harvard? I can't now because there's Chinese people in there.
And revoking American citizens' college scholarships, or no, it was people from Britain. He revoked their visas because of their talks on Palestine, right?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, no, there was protest in Colombia. Or Brown.
Them too.
Yeah, it was that kind of Ivy League. There's protests about Palestine, and people like that had visas from like UK and stuff like that got deported. Mm-hmm. They lost their visas because of their opinions on a foreign.
The one I know, I think his name is Mamil Khalid.
Yeah. I don't know the names, but I know that multiple people got deported. So that's just kind of weird. What are we really focused on here? Are we focused on supporting Daddy Netanyahu? Or are we focused, and the thing about ICE, right? There has been a lot of illegals, and I think that if you're not doing anything wrong, then there should be some sort of period to where, okay, let's work towards your citizenship. Like, you can stay here, you're working hard, you're not a criminal, The people that are criminals should be deported. But what's happening is, one, ICE is the most dumbass, just ass-backwards organization I've ever seen. Everything they do is just completely ass-backwards. First of all, they're going up to, random people that look brown, and, are you a citizen? Let me see your ID, blah, blah, blah. Kicking people out that are, or giving deportation notices to people that are citizens. And you really realize, they can track your thoughts and what you do on social media and deport people based on that, but they can't track the actual illegal criminals. And I really think it's a plot to say, oh, well, ICE didn't work, so let's bring in the digital ID. That's the only reasonable explanation.
I got his name backwards, but the Colombian student is Mahmoud Khalil.
Okay.
One thing about ICE is, this is actually a very unpopular position. I've said this online, I've said this to other people, and I get, just ridiculed for it. But it's okay, because I believe it's true. ICE is unconstitutional. It's an executive branch, just like the ATF or the FBI, the IRS, that is, it's not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to have these federal agents in the streets arresting people. Yeah. Now, do I believe the job they're doing is good? Well, not doing a good job. Do I believe deporting illegal immigrants is good? Of course. But it's just not. It's not the executive branch's job to do that. The job is for the state government to do that. So we should. We should. And this is where people lose. This is where I lose people. We do need to abolish ICE. And same with ATF. Same with FBI, CIA. All those 3-letter organizations, or the 4-letter ones. We need to abolish all of them. And for immigration specifically, we need state police to do that.
Yeah.
And also, don't you think that state police will be way more efficient at doing that? I mean, obviously.
Well, yeah, for sure. It's just, yes, ICE is unconstitutional. Mm-hmm. But, I feel like it would go a little bit better if they were actually doing what they're supposed to be doing. You know what I mean? It's like they're genuinely... do you agree that's, the most ass-backwards shit you've ever seen? What they're doing? They're going up to legal citizens just on the street if they look brown.
Well,
and harassing them and giving them deportation notices when they're legal citizens, and then they know who the criminals are. They know.
I'm going to defend them for that one. Now, hear me out.
Okay.
The whole racial profiling argument. Okay, who is illegally entering in the United States? Is it British people?
Well, no. Is
it Colombia, or is it Icelandic people? Is it Swedish people? No, it's specifically Mexicans. It's specifically
Guatemalans. Honduras. All just everywhere down there. Yeah.
So if they look that race, I think that actually is a reason to stop them and say, hey, can you make sure you're legal? And also, Usually, whenever they get accused of racial profiling, it's really not. They go to like a Home Depot and they see a Mexican person, the Mexican person starts running. That's probable cause, and that's when they usually arrest them. Also, the whole argument of like legal citizens being deported. Some of them have, to be honest. Mahmoud Khalil, that guy, he was legal. I don't like him. He was a liberal, and I don't like him at all.
Yeah, that wasn't from ICE though, was it?
Well, he had his passport revoked and he was deported. So I don't think he got tackled by ICE, but he did get deported.
No.
And the only other citizen I know of is the Abrego Garcia guy. You know what I'm talking about? What's his first name? Anyways, he was a MS-13 gang member who lived in like Maryland, and he was deported. Even though he was technically a citizen, he was still deported because he was
a gang member.
Yeah, and he entered illegally and then became a citizen and then was deported.
Well, yeah.
But other than that, I don't know of any legal citizens that have been deported. And I do think that them like racially profiling, quote unquote, is actually justifiable because they're entering through the southern border. Obviously, they're going to look brown. I mean, I don't know. How else would they determine who is illegal?
I'm about to get there. What I'm saying is you have the DEA, right? Who, I mean, they are able to, one, they have people on the inside, or they have rats, and then, they talk. But either way, they're able to bust entire organizations because they gather intel. They don't just, the DEA doesn't go up to a random meth dealer or crack dealer on the street and bust them. That's like local cop job. The DEA finds the ring. The ring, yes, the ring.
Drug ring, yeah.
Drug ring. And also drug rings are related to illegal immigration as well.
Yeah.
So
cartels.
So you would think that they could kind of, I mean, since they're going to go ahead and have all these illegal, unconstitutional organizations anyways, what I'm saying is they have the means and the power. They know. I think they're purposefully being retarded.
Here's the thing.
Or ignorant.
I've been trying to avoid that word.
Yeah, it's hard.
Here's one of the things, is that actually, I don't think they can do that because it's not like a drug ring. It's not like a, like a CP ring, like the FBI handles those. Or like a terrorist ring. Like illegal immigrants aren't like organized. They're not in a group. They're very disorganized.
Well, you got to think about MS-13.
They can take down those, but they can't take down illegal immigration as a whole.
Yeah. Through
like infiltrating, because there's nothing to infiltrate. There's no group there.
Yeah.
They're all across the United States, and they're just living like normal people, but they're illegal. So really, the only way you could do it is go into first like the sanctuary cities, which was what we're doing, like San Diego and Denver, Colorado, go to places like that. And then you just kind of you honestly do have to profile, because how else are you going to find them? You just have to go up to people and be like, are you a citizen?
Yeah. If
they say yes or no, be like, okay, well, can you prove it? And they might get detained just until they can prove it, and then they'll get let go. And it's not a good solution. I do think it's unconstitutional. But I will say this, for all like the people specifically on the left that are saying like this is unconstitutional, you can't do this, you brought it upon yourselves, to be fair. I mean, this wouldn't be a problem if the left and the right, with Reagan, but the left and the right haven't let in all these illegals.
Well, to be fair, it was unconstitutional to open the border and let all those people in and give them charter buses and flights to major cities.
Yeah.
So that is also, you know what I mean? I'm not saying that one side's wrong and one side's right. I'm saying both sides are wrong. But it's just, for example, like we said about local cops, right? So it would be a local cop's job to go up to someone and be like, can I see your ID? Blah, blah, blah.
Exactly.
Right?
That's what I'm advocating for.
Since we have these they have the AI, they have all this different stuff. There's no way they don't know. It's like they're being ignorant. But regardless, Trump administration, first promise, Epstein files, not fulfilled. Second promise, mass deportations, not fulfilled. Third promise, low gas prices, not fulfilled. Fourth promise, no more war, not fulfilled. Not only are we still in war with Ukraine or supporting Ukraine, we're now also supporting Israel
against Iran
and
Palestine
and Turkey. Starts with a Qatar. They're attacking everyone, and we're giving them tons of missiles, and also Venezuela. We're attacking ships in Venezuela. That's totally on Trump. Also, that's completely him. So absolutely, we're not peaceful at all. So that's another lie. I mean, pretty much, I can't. Can you name a single campaign promise that's been fulfilled?
Well, the Epstein files have been fulfilled since that the Epstein Files Transparency Act was signed, but I mean that didn't do anything. It was all redacted and it's terrible. Let me think. So mass deportations have started at least. I mean, it's more than any other president has done, but still not very good at all. Let me think. Other campaign promises. So I feel like I have to give them in a list or something, you know? Could you look up Trump campaign promises?
Yeah, we got the majority of them, but
Yeah.
I know there's more.
Look up Trump 2024 campaign promises or something like that. Promises list.
Yeah, I got it.
Let's go ahead and put that on there.
Yeah, I'm working on it, dude.
So, sweeping tax cuts, protectionist trade policy. We do have to take...
Real quick. Sweeping tax cuts did not happen. The only tax cuts that did happen were for the rich.
Yeah.
That is just 100% true.
The next thing
And
did happen, though.
protectionist trade policy.
It did happen.
That means bringing tariffs back, right? Now, I want to say this. When Trump first got into office this term, you know, crazy tariffs, we're fucking locking it down, right? It's like, oh, we're good. Didn't even last a week. We take the tariffs off of China, and we're only tariffing countries that really, I mean, to be honest, don't support Israel. We're only tariffing countries that don't support Israel anymore.
Look at this.
China's perfectly fine now.
Greater federal oversight over education. That's the opposite of what he promised. He promised to get rid of the Federal Department of Education.
Oh, interesting.
That's weird.
That's Wikipedia.
Yeah, more extensive use of fossil fuels. That's, I mean, whatever. America First foreign policy. That hasn't happened.
Not at all.
Expansion of presidential authority.
That has happened, and
Unfortunately.
I can't believe that was a campaign promise. See, a lot of people are so
Stupid.
R-worded.
A reduction of federal See, look at this. Reduction of federal regulation and expansion of presidential authority. What does that even mean?
That is pretty crazy, bro. Yeah, literally not a single promise.
Basically, yeah. I mean, it's something that have been like halfway fulfilled, but very like not like in a bad way.
Half-assed, yeah, exactly, yeah.
I just don't want to say that.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, guys. And
But
it's not a right or left thing. It's an us versus them thing.
we're approaching on midnight, so you want to hit these. We have two left, so.
Yeah.
2028 election.
Yeah, I want to hear your opinion on this actually.
So it's looking like we're gonna have J.D. Vance versus Gavin Newsom, or maybe Kamala Harris again, but probably not because she flopped so hard.
That was pretty hard, yeah.
So probably Gavin Newsom versus J.D. Vance is what everybody's saying. And Gavin Newsom is of course terrible. I mean, look how he runs California; it's just horrible. I mean, he's socialist basically. You know, he doesn't say it, but he basically is.
Yeah, this is why I hate elections because it's you say, you know, like it's the lesser of two evils. You have Gavin Newsom, which is gonna let illegals in probably more and create deeper recession. Mm-hmm. Well, actually, let's not even talk about recession because both sides are doing that. Trump's doing that too. You know what I mean?
And then
recession's happening regardless. That's the point. It doesn't matter who you choose. You're fucked.
And on the Republican side, we have J.D. Vance, who isn't that much better. I mean, the guy, he's an authoritarian. You know, he wants to, like... If you think Trump's authoritarian, J.D. Vance is, like, 10 times that.
He's owned by Peter Thiel?
I don't know who Peter Thiel is, actually.
Really?
I've heard of him, but...
I can educate you about something tonight?
Yeah, I guess so.
I can educate him about something tonight. All right, bet.
I've heard of him, but...
Before I show you anything, Peter Thiel is the founder of Palantir AI.
Oh, okay.
He's also a co-founder of PayPal with Elon Musk.
Is he the guy? Hold on. Is he the guy that I interviewed? And he was talking about like if humans got extinct, and he was like.
He was saying, "Do humans have the right to exist?" He couldn't answer
He's like,
yes.
I don't know.
That
guy. Okay.
That guy. Yes.
Okay.
South Park's done a couple episodes about him now. People know about him now. But regardless, Peter Thiel, very rich, founded Palantir, co-founder of PayPal with Elon Musk, friend of Elon Musk. You know, he's up there in the club. You know what I mean? They picked J.D. Vance while he was at Yale and groomed him for this position. He's a first-time senator. And, you know, Trump's trying to get Elon in his thing during the campaign or whatever.
Yeah, but
Elon and Peter, because he wants to take their AI.
But didn't they have a falling out?
They had a falling out after he got the AI.
Oh, okay.
You got to think about it. He got what he wanted. You know what I mean? But Peter Thiel and Elon Musk, mostly Peter Thiel, but I got to lump Elon in there too. They both said, you got to pick JD as your vice president. Like, you have to. You know, originally it was Pence, and that was more like Trump knew Pence.
And he was also
thought
looking
it
at, I
was
think,
cool,
DeSantis and like Rubio and.
Exactly. Yeah. Everyone was thinking it's going to be DeSantis or someone like that. JD Vance comes out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Right? And it's not because JD Vance stood out among the crowd. It's because he was chosen by elites.
Now I will say, I like some of his rhetoric. Like he says, America's a Christian country. I like that.
But he has an Indian wife.
Yeah, right.
And he won't honor the Pope either. He says he's Catholic, but he won't kiss the Pope. But he will go put a hat on and kiss the wall. That's the problem I have right there. So your actions speak louder than your words, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but so I don't like him. Who do you want to see run in 2028?
2028.
Is there anybody? Even somebody who's like maybe like a lesser politician or something.
Who's that one guy we were talking about for Florida?
James Fishbach?
Yeah, he's not old enough, is he?
I don't believe. I think he's like 30 something.
Yeah, see, that's kind of the problem. I don't think there's anyone old enough that is established enough that isn't corrupt. You know what I mean?
I think the only one that I would like. So obviously, I'm 17, and this is 2026. I'll be 18 by the end of 2026. I'll be old enough to vote in this next election. I think the only person that I would probably vote for would be like Thomas Massey. Of course, I like Thomas Massey. I'm a fan of him.
I do, yeah. And so like for example, Ron Paul.
Yeah,
is it Rand or Ron?
Rand is the old one. Right?
No,
Ron Paul's the old one. Rand is the young one. He's the one that's in Congress currently. Ron is too old.
I'm talking about the one who ran when Bush ran and
that's Rand.
Yeah, so
That's Ron. Sorry.
Yeah,
Ron.
Ron. He was good, and I think he would have been a good option.
Yeah. I would like to see him run. I would have liked to see him run.
Yeah, I mean he was an option, but he didn't make the party.
And
two
Rand,
party thing.
If it was between like Vance and Rand, I'd probably vote for Rand, honestly. Even though I don't know that much about him, just because he's not an authoritarian.
But yeah, I'm glad you brought up Thomas Massey. Totally slipped my mind, but I would go for Thomas Massey too. $0. Yeah, show that to the screen real quick.
$0 to AIPAC, Thomas Massey. Or $0 received from AIPAC, sorry. $0 received.
Guys, if you don't know what Track AIPAC is, go to trackapac.com. Track, AIPAC.com. It shows you every single politician and how much money they've taken from foreign lobbies. It's kind of crazy, and not only it doesn't show any sides, any favor too. It shows left and right. The entire Trump administration, corrupted. The entire Biden administration, corrupted.
Spoiler.
Pretty much every single administration since JFK, corrupted. I mean, it's kind of crazy, guys.
Spoiler. Every politician takes money from AIPAC except for Thomas Massey, AOC, and Bernie Sanders. I think those are the only three that don't.
Marjorie Taylor Greene only took like literally like $1,000 or $500 or something.
I'm guessing she took some like very early on and then stops. Yeah. She's pretty. I liked her. I wish she stayed in there.
Yeah.
But I get it. You know, she's getting death threats. So. From MAGA, by the way, not from the liberals. From MAGA. So.
Isn't that crazy? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that? See, God, man, educate yourselves, guys. It's really the only hope.
But I'd like to see Thomas Massey run. I'd like to see Rand Paul run. He'd be nice. Other than that, there's really not too many people I would vote for.
Jeb Bush.
Not Jeb Bush. I don't know if I would vote for JD Vance. I honestly don't know.
I will never. I couldn't. No. Once you know, you can't.
Obviously, he's better than Newsom, but that doesn't really mean anything. I think
I'm gonna be called crazy here.
Holy crap!
I would rather have Newsom than Vance.
Really?
Because Vance's literal primary objective is once he gets elected, AI surveillance state. 100%. This is my prediction right now. If JD Vance gets elected in 2028, there will 100%, without a doubt, I bet my balls, there will be an AI surveillance state, real quick, similar to the Patriot Act, but with AI.
In 2 years, I'll show up with some, fence cutters or whatever. But here's what I'll say. I would rather live from what I know about the two candidates, I don't really know much about the AI stuff, but from what I do know about the two candidates, I'd rather live in America under Vance than America under Newsom. But I don't think I'll be able to vote, and we'll see what happens in 2 years. I don't think I'll be able to vote for Vance because voting for a candidate isn't voting against the other person; it's voting for them. Like you're showing support, and I couldn't do that.
I didn't vote in the last election.
Really?
I mean, I saw through the bullshit. I mean, I mean, it's just.
I don't know. I think. I don't know. Trump has been good in a lot of ways, but.
Trump converted to Judaism in 2017,
Well,
which isn't a problem, but it's weird.
I think it's a problem.
I think there are plenty of good Jewish people out there.
I don't want a Jewish president. I want Christian presidents only. And Trump isn't a Christian either, by the way.
I agree with that. Yes, and that video of him on Air Force One saying, "I don't think there's anything that would get me into heaven." Did you see that?
No, that's actually I think that's good. I mean, that's pretty humble, actually.
Humble. That's what I think. That's what they want you to think. That's
Okay,
basically him saying he doesn't think he's gonna get into heaven. He's not even really trying. I mean,
no. What he's saying is that there's nothing that he can do for the country that'll get him to heaven. That's true, because
yeah.
only faith can. Now, was he being genuine? That's another question. But I don't think that quote in itself is bad.
Yeah, it's just you don't want your president saying he doesn't think he's going to heaven. In my opinion, that's a little crazy. Especially someone who's supposed to be like, especially in 2016. You know, it's like he's like, yeah, Trump goes to church. You know, blah,
The Trump Bible.
Yeah,
The Trump Bible. I wanted one of those. I wish I got one.
I actually really don't know what you're talking about.
You know about the Trump? Look that up. You know about the Trump Bible? During his recent election, the past election, he gave away Bibles, and he had like, it's called the Trump Bible.
Trump Bible.
I can't believe you don't know about this. I wanted one of those. Yeah.
God bless the USA Bible.
Go
All
to images,
right,
go to
hold on.
images.
Let me switch the reaction.
Okay.
God bless the USA Bible.
Go to images real quick.
Images. God bless USA.
And I think it's just a Bible and a special cover, and I think that has a copy of the Constitution in the back or something.
United States of America, the day God intervened, July 13th, 2024.
It's when he got his ear shot off. The day God. That's actually pretty cool, but.
Yeah, but you know his spiritual advisor or whatever is that woman.
Paula something.
Yeah, and she's like, when Trump talks, if I were to deny what Trump says,
Yeah.
that's like denying what God
Yeah, I
says.
saw
And
that.
she's supposed to be a Christian.
That's
it's
insane.
Like, yeah, man.
And also like a woman's spiritual advisor. It's insane already, but.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah, man. It's just.
The Trump. I wanted one of those just because it was so like it's like the novelty of it, but
Yeah.
like it was like 200 of them. You know, you could barely get one.
Dude, I would even like to believe, man. Honestly, I was young, so I can't tell for sure, but I would like to believe that Trump first term, he actually wasn't bought by anyone, and he actually like was trying to do something, and then they either threatened his family or they did something, but he switched up really quick.
Here's what I will say.
During his first campaign, he was like, no one tells me what to do. I do what I want.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't take money from anyone. I'm rich.
He's
you know.
toned it down.
And now he takes money from people. You know, it's as simple as that.
Here's what I will say: who was talking about mass deportations before Trump got in office or before Trump ran? Nobody. Nobody.
Well,
who was
what's
talking
weird
about?
though is Obama was putting people in cages. Obama was doing more for deportation than like Bush was or whatever, or you know, like, and no one really talks about that because that wasn't his image.
But-
Obama also dropped hundreds of bombs on the Middle East
That was
and
terrible.
won a Nobel Peace Prize. So
Yeah.
you know, stuff like that. That's really why you got to know your history, guys.
I'm just saying there's some good things that Trump has done in the sense that like who was talking about mass deportations? Nobody. Who was talking about a border wall? Nobody. Who was talking about like tariffs? Nobody. You know, so he introduced a lot of good ideas.
He said the right things.
For sure, yeah. But overall, he's been too inactive, and when he has done things, he's done it the wrong way, or for the wrong reasons, or just done the wrong thing. Period.
Yeah.
But yeah, but we're supposed to be talking about 2028 here.
Yeah.
I'd like to see Massey run. That's about it. Massey or Rand Paul.
Yeah. So would you ever accept a female president?
No.
Never.
I don't-
What if it was Marjorie Taylor Greene?
I like her. She can't be president. I don't think she should be a congresswoman either, but it's just the nature of things. She is, so whatever.
don't know, man.
Here's what the Bible says in Isaiah. The Bible says, like, oh, cursed are your people, O Israel. Women rule over you. And children, something, something. But it says, like, women rule over you is a curse.
Huh.
And you can look it up if you want.
Well, then, Shelley Luther.
I don't think she should be a congresswoman, but she's better than some like Democrat man, I guess.
So, you're compromising.
I would not have voted for her. But I'm glad she's in office rather than the male Democrat she ran against. I believe she ran against a male Democrat. If she didn't, just if she did,
I think she did.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. I remember.
But I wouldn't have voted for her. But I'm glad she's in office rather than him. But like I said, voting is not just against the other guy. It's an affirmation for that one. So I would not vote for her because that's an affirmation of her.
Gotcha.
She's gonna find this and
Yeah.
How dare you say that? Yeah.
Well, everyone is entitled to their own opinions. It's not like you're hateful. So.
Yeah, I'm joking. But well, I mean, I'm joking about her getting mad. I don't think she would.
No, I just mean like the whole point is like people can have their own opinions no matter what it is, but when the hate gets involved, that's the problem. Hatred,
Yeah.
So I'm glad that you don't have hate in your heart. At least from what I've seen, I haven't seen any hate. That's good.
And a lot of people call things hate that aren't hate.
True.
That's something that happens a lot. But yeah, we can't hate people,
Yeah.
But I guess there's probably plenty of people who say the things I said here tonight are hateful, but I don't think they are. And those people definitely aren't Christians. So I mean, 99% of the time.
Yeah, I don't know. I really try to I understand that so many people have different perspectives. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I truly want what's best for everyone. You know what I mean? At the same time, there are certain things that have to happen. Like, this is America. This isn't like.
No Gadishu.
Well, not just that. I'm saying that you can't have open borders in a successful country.
Right.
It's never been done before. It's never going to happen. You have to have some sort of level of strictness on who comes in, and you know what I mean. It's just that's how it works.
You can't let the barbarians through the gate.
Yeah, I mean, in every single civilization ever, right? So there's things like that I try to and it's something that I've come to understand, and maybe I didn't think of it that way in the beginning, but it's just through research. So I try to explain things in a way that people may understand, because it doesn't come from a place of hate. It comes from a place of guys, we're Americans. We're trying to do the best we can. I don't know. I guess it's hard to explain, but I mean, there's just certain things that in an ideal world, sure, it'd be great, but it just can't happen. I don't know. Real quick, do you want to go over the governor election in Ohio and Florida?
So this is something that I've been keeping up with. I know he's been keeping up with the one in Florida, but the one in Ohio is a little bit,
A little bit.
Yeah.
Not really.
The one in Ohio is a little bit more niche, but a little bit more niche. So in Ohio and Florida, we have some pretty interesting governor elections going on. For those who don't know, so I'll start with Florida. So in Florida, it had this Governor Ron DeSantis, and I guess because of term limits, he can't run again. So I don't know who the Democrat candidate is, but the main Republican candidate, from what I've been seeing, is a man named James Fishbach. He's pretty interesting. I mean, he's saying the right things at least. Let's get a picture of him.
Yeah, go ahead. Keep
talking. I mean, he's talked about removing the property tax, which of course I support. He's talked about he does have some more what I would call socialist policies, but they're normal to every other American. But that's okay for state governments. It's not good for the federal government, but for state governments, that's okay. Let's go ahead and
He's looking a little not white there, Christian. What's up with that?
I don't know if he is, but I mean, it's okay.
Yeah. I don't think it matters.
Look, that image said anti-H1B.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I did.
Where's it at?
Right here.
Where? Oh, anti-H1B. Yeah, on the Times of India, though.
Targeting Indian talent. The Times of India.
Oh, so they're trying to say, yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, honestly, if you're an American, you should be anti-H1B. I'm gonna be honest, guys.
Of course, yeah.
It's
literally if you support H1Bs, you're supporting rat poison being fed to you. I mean, it's like.
What I will say is you're supporting American jobs being given to foreign people. And it's one thing when it's fair competition, but it's not fair competition when companies are going to prefer these H-1B people because, like I said, they are enslaved. Mm-hmm. They cannot leave the company. If they do, they will be deported. So, and pretty sure they get paid a little bit less too.
Probably. Yeah, for sure.
They still get paid good. It's tech jobs. It's not like labor, mm-hmm. But there's benefits to hiring those people that allows American corporations to sell out their people for profits.
And I'm pretty opposed to AI, and people usually ask why. I always say, for one, they're building these data centers in rural communities, on good farmland in Ohio, building these huge data centers.
Yeah, and it's messing up the weather.
Yeah, it's there's tons of repercussions. But one of the things they're doing is they hire exclusively Indians. Exclusively.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah. I mean, I literally did the electrician work on a global chip factory plant.
Right. Yeah.
And I've also worked on other ones too that are in the area that have been around a little bit longer. And the entire employee database is Korean or Indian. That's the main. And I just think the whole point of the CHIPS Act, which by the way was probably one of the only good things Biden did, the CHIPS Act was just to try to make, because global
We need microchips.
we need microchips, yeah. And Biden said, hey, we're gonna make these in America. I do appreciate that.
Mm-hmm. That's good.
That was cool. Trump, because Biden did it, said we're not doing that anymore.
Really?
Yeah, Trump literally. That's part of the reason why.
I didn't even know about that.
I'll tell you later, but like a lot of people lost their jobs because they were expecting work from the CHIPS Act, and then the CHIPS Act got repealed by Trump as soon as he got in office, and there's no more work for those people.
That's insane.
Yeah,
That's the same as like those Democrats that just oppose anything Trump does.
exactly. It's this.
It's there's no principle there.
That's what I'm saying. It's not left versus right. It's them versus us.
But
When will you understand?
Yeah. So also in Ohio, there's a pretty interesting governor race going on there, where let's go ahead and pull up pictures of all these people about a name. So the Democrat candidate, I believe, is a woman named Amy Stockton.
Amy Stockton.
Yeah, let's go and pull up a picture of her. I guess I'm wrong. Look up. Yeah, I don't think this is her.
You sure this isn't her?
It might be. Look up.
Ghislaine Maxwell?
No. Look up Democrat Ohio governor. You know.
Okay.
Or Ohio governor candidate, something like that.
Democrat Ohio governor candidate. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, God. I hope this isn't too bad.
Mm-hmm.
We still live?
I hope so.
I accidentally made my computer lock. Looks like we're good. Okay, Dahmer.
Amy Acton.
Amy Acton. All right.
Okay, I was close.
Amy Acton. You know why they call her Amy Acton? Because she's acting.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
So this is her, and then.
She looks like Gretchen from Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
Can we pull up a side by side real quick? I know it's unrelated, but real quick. Gretchen, Breaking Bad.
I see it. Yeah.
You see it? You see what I'm talking about? Like the hair is different, but the face, like right there. Look at that. It's
That's
exact.
her.
Yeah.
Did you see her last name? Gretchen
What?
Schwartz.
Schwartz, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so let's look up Vivek now. Vivek Ramaswamy.
Vecna?
Vivek Ramaswamy.
Stranger Things? Vecna?
So the main Republican candidate is, of course, Vivek Ramaswamy, who we all know, but we'll pull up a picture anyways. And
These
so-
are like young pictures. He's older now, isn't he?
Oh yeah, so let's do like that one's pretty recent. This one's pretty recent.
Yeah.
So here, yeah, so he's the Ohio GOP endorses Vivek Ramaswamy for governor. Terrible, but he's like the main GOP Republican pick for Ohio. Now let's look up Casey Putsch.
Casey Putsch.
Casey Putsch, also known as Casey the car guy, because that's his hobby. He likes to collect cars. Random guy who's now just yeah. So he likes cars, but now he's running for Ohio governor, and it's pretty interesting.
This diesel-powered car has a lower carbon footprint.
That's him, yeah.
Oh, I've seen videos of this guy actually.
Mm-hmm.
He actually seems pretty intelligent.
He is actually, yeah.
And I mean, to work on cars, you have to be pretty intelligent.
Right.
Cars are pretty complex.
He's
things.
a big collector, I guess.
Looks like a family man.
Oh yeah. And I think right now or tomorrow he's flying a plane with the Air Force or something. I saw on his Twitter. But so he's the based pick, you know.
Yeah.
He's running against Vivek. The primaries are let's see, today. 'Cause it's 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
The primaries are today. And
Get out there and vote, boys.
January 2nd. If you're from Ohio, since some of you see this, go out there and vote for
Get out there and
Casey Putsch. And for Florida, vote for James Fishbach. But and if you're from Texas, vote for anybody but Greg Abbott.
Dude, we need to dig into Greg Abbott next show.
Yeah, we will. But because I haven't researched him enough for this show. But what was I saying? So yeah, so that's the base pick, and he has got some good ideas. one, he's against H-1B. He's against Vivek, obviously. He's America first. And also he's just like a normal guy. Like, now I usually push back on the whole like, oh, we just need a normal guy to run for office because we don't need an exceptional guy.
Yeah.
But people always asking for a normal guy. Here he is. It's a normal guy who also is pretty exceptional. He's pretty intelligent.
Casey
Butch, yeah.
Yeah.
He's pretty intelligent. Versus Vivek, who actually isn't that smart, to be honest. I don't think he is that smart. He kind of just parrots what other people say.
Yeah, I heard him. Wasn't he in the presidential debates, 2016 or 2020?
I think he was in 2024. Yeah, I think he ran against Trump
one of
technically.
Yeah, it was disappointing. I mean,
And
I heard a lot of hype around him, and they didn't really say much.
And I heard that that whole thing was just to kind of groom him for Ohio. Like his whole purpose was to go for Ohio, and he did that for like a publicity and stuff.
Interesting.
But so he was like some weird like conniving little plot he had the whole time. I guess that's what I heard.
Maybe it was a conniving little plot that the higher ups had for him.
Right.
Yeah.
And also like he hates Americans. He talks about all the time how Americans are lazy and we need like H-1B workers to replace them. You know?
Yeah, it's like Ben Shapiro saying like retirement is, dude, oh my gosh, bro. Just wait. Next stream, I swear, I gotta figure out a way to do the headphones for both of those.
Yeah, have you seen It's a Wonderful Life?
What?
It's a Christmas movie. I watched it with the family. It's on Amazon Prime if you want to watch it. I watched it with our family, on Christmas.
Yeah.
And basically the movie is about this man named George Bailey. I'll pull up the picture because I have him on my phone. George Bailey. And this is set during right after World War II, but it goes back to 1917 and then through the Great Depression and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So here is, here's George Bailey with his family.
Nice. Family man. Show that other one.
Yeah. That's like the end scene where he's all happy with his family.
Here, let me see it real quick.
Oh.
You're getting a bad reflection. Oh, sorry. You're getting a bad reflection. Here, let's do it like this.
It's not going to turn.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys can see that pretty solid now.
Mm.
Nice family man.
So anyways, the quick run of the movie, he's like a business owner and he owns this little loan company.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a bigger company owned by a man named Mr. Potts, who's like this, typical greedy businessman.
Yeah.
And he owns every single business in the town called Bedford Falls, except for George Bailey's loan. And George Bailey, he has dreams of going off to parts of the world, exploring the world, and never working, But he's stuck in this job after his father dies, and his brother goes off to college, so he takes all the college money. He can't go to college. He's stuck in his job, so he kind of resents his life actually, and so he actually works really hard through the Great Depression, which obviously ruins his business, but he barely makes it through. And what ends up happening, and this is right after World War II, his uncle who works for him misplaces, I think it was $8,000, which in today's money is $90,000. Misplaces $90,000.
Crazy how that happens. Crazy how money just gets misplaced.
But what actually happens is Mr. Potts, the greedy businessman, steals it. So, and he does this because he knows, not because he needs money, but because he knows if they don't have that money, then it'll look bad on tax forms and they'll get audited or whatever. They'll get shut down. And he wants to get shut down so he has a monopoly. He owns the entire town. Anyways, this makes George Bailey so distraught he tries to kill himself, but an angel rescues him, and then shows him a world that what would happen if he never existed. And the entire town's owned by Mr. Pot. It's called Pottersville, and it's full of clubs and gambling and strip clubs and just degeneracy. And his wife is a poor lonely old librarian with no kids, and everybody's miserable.
Sounds like a very thought-provoking movie, which
it's a good movie.
Speaks a lot to what's happening.
But anyways, and then after that, he says, I don't want to kill myself. I wish I lived. I wish I lived. And the angel returns him back to his old place, and he gets home and he hugs all his children. That's where that picture's from. And then right as the IRS guys are about to bust him, all the townspeople come and they start cashing in whatever money they can give him.
Wow. And
they raise up the money, and he's saved. Anyways,
and what's that movie called?
It's a Wonderful Life. It's a very famous movie.
How old is it?
I think it was made in 1946.
See, back in the day, they could actually make some real shit.
Yeah. And well, anyways,
Dude, I need to watch that.
it's good, yeah.
That's literally like, I'm sorry, continue.
So, yeah. But anyways, why I was bringing this up is because Ben Shapiro, like a few years ago, had a skit or had like a thing on his podcast where he said Mr. Potter is the real hero because he's a true capitalist.
Yeah.
Which, first of all, he's not. But second of all, like, how could you say that even if he was?
That's just like the Weimar Republic. I mean, that's pretty much
Yeah.
exactly what happens whenever the just big money owns everything. You have degeneracy, gambling,
But
prostitution.
Just to clarify, he's not a communist or a capitalist in any way. One, he has a monopoly.
But he's taking advantage of a free market, right?
No.
And free market is capitalism.
No, he's not taking advantage of a free market. He's trying to get rid of the free market.
Oh.
By creating a monopoly, he's trying to get rid of the banking loan.
Yeah, because he's cheating.
Yeah.
He's literally stealing money from that person.
Well, not only that, but he's trying to get rid of the free market. So obviously, it's not capitalism.
Yeah.
And also, the only people that own their homes in Bedford Falls, which is a town, are the people that buy loans from George Bailey. Everybody that George Bailey sells homes, Potter's rents homes, so nobody owns it. So he gets rid of private property. That's the second one. So that's obviously not very capitalist at all.
No. Private property isn't it like one of the definitions of capitalism?
Basically, you have to have private property. Yeah. And then thirdly, he has like ties with like the United States government. That's pretty communist in my eyes. I think the United States government is pretty socialist. So.
But I feel like everything you just said is what corporations are doing now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're not capitalist. And the United States government isn't capitalist, and it hasn't been for a while.
It seems like it's a perversion on the uneducated man's idea of capitalism.
Right, exactly. Well, anyways, so yeah, of course he would support Mr. Potter's Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is a work. Thankfully, a piece of work. Thankfully, he's not very popular anymore. You know, it's a funny story. I don't know if I told you about this. A lady at my church. I met this man at my church through one of the men's lunches, and I talked to him about how I'm a conservative and I work through the school and school clubs and I do stuff. And he introduced his wife to me, and she's happy to meet me. I guess she's conservative, and he was too, obviously, but she was real happy. And she was like, and this is right after the whole like America Fest thing, where Tucker Carlson and Ben Shapiro both gave speeches without like throwing shade at each other.
Yeah.
She was like, "Oh, I wish they didn't fight so much, but you didn't take a side, did you?" And I kind of like paused, and the husband goes, "Of course you did," and they walked off. It's pretty funny, but it was like that attitude of like, "I wish they didn't fight so much." It was like, yeah, but they will, and obviously one side's a lot worse than the other.
Yeah.
And I do like Tucker Carlson. I think he's great.
I personally like Tucker too.
Mm-hmm.
It's possible that he's a plant, just like Candace, just like Fuentes, just like all these different alt-right personalities now. Mm-hmm. They're a controlled opposition or whatever. I personally don't like to buy into the whole 5D chess thing because I don't think it really adds anything to the conversation. But he's definitely better than Shapiro regardless.
Well,
I mean, he's asking questions. He's actually bringing up important stuff.
I think he's pretty genuine.
Yeah, and he's definitely, I feel like he's a genuine Christian.
Yeah.
I feel like he actually cares.
I think also just a genuine person. The whole he's just a plant, The reason why people say that is because he focuses on Israel, not on like the Arabs. And obviously, I think they're both an issue, but
they say he's a Qatari plant.
Yeah,
and then
he's about the Qataris.
And then the people that are against Qatar are Israeli, or against Palestine are Israeli. Dude, there are no Qatari plants.
Qatar.
There is one country that has massive influence, and it's not Qatar.
The Qataris.
Yeah, dude. Man, let's end it on that note, man.
Yeah,
it was
the
a great
Qataris,
stream.
man.
Had a great time with you.
All right.
As always. We'll get back to y'all soon. Probably here in a couple weeks or so. God bless you all. Happy New Year's.
Well, it's January 2nd now, but...
January, yeah, well, we wanted to start off this year with a bang, so... Yeah, guys, hope you enjoyed, and we'll see you in the next one. Love you all.
All right, love y'all. God bless.
God bless.